Sports Girl, how is everyone doing today so far today on this weekday?
That is the
I'm
biggest.
ready to rock and
I
roll
mean,
with
that
the
is
new
the
season of the
biggest investment that you can make
franchise of the
and
Saints.
leg up on any level of football. And again, you going back to a little bit of Georgia Tech, just remembering that it was eight offensive starters coming back. When you don't have the same consistency up front, it's hard to build a house if you don't have that foundation. And so the offensive line is foundation, and they're gonna get really
Mm.
tested here tomorrow.
They did end up putting up 148 rushing yards against Fresno in the end, but like you guys said, that they ended up struggling. And Khalil Mullings looked fine against Fresno, but it's a lot of change and it's a lot of new pieces and also a lot of chemistry that needs to be developed immediately because of course Texas is in town. Coming up next, we stick with this conversation of this top 10 ranked matchup in college football. That's all next right here on Amber and Ian on the Road. Can't get bigger in the regular season in college football than a top 10 ranked matchup. And we get one here. Week 2 of the college football season. Texas is at Michigan. That game kicks off tomorrow at noon Eastern. Before that, Zaslow and Rashad Jennings. They are live from the Big House tonight.
We're in this.
They will be live from right outside the Big House tomorrow. Live right here on ESPN Radio starting at 10 a.m. Eastern, getting you ready for the entire slate of college football headed your way here in
That's not even a
Tuesday.
trick shot.
Tonight, we're focused on this matchup. Amber and Ian on the Road is presented to you by Progressive Insurance. You can always hit us up on the Dr. Pepper Twitter feed. At Zaslow Show is how you find Zaslow. At Rashad Jennings is how you find the former NFL running back. And at Amber W Sports is how you find me. So let's focus in on this particular matchup that you guys are about to witness tomorrow live. I'm so jealous that you're at the Big House. Derek Johnson, former Longhorns linebacker, former Chiefs linebacker as well, kind enough to give us some of his time to bring us the Texas perspective. And Derek, thanks so much. We're going to get to your Kansas City Chiefs in a moment as well, but let's start here with Texas. This Texas team,
what the fuck?
into this matchup here,
So she got
the favorite according to ESPN Bet. That's not something that we often see. It's the first time that Texas has been a road favorite against a top 10 opponent since 2008. There has been quite the drought. Does that mean that the Longhorns are finally back?
Absolutely, you said it. Right before you took the words out of my mouth, and it's a credit to Sark and Sark being at this historic school and just recruiting his tail off and just trying to build a culture that can last. And this is going to his 4th year, and Sark has turned it around, and we are moving. This is going to be a tough task for us early in the year, kind of like Alabama last year. But we were up to task, and hopefully tomorrow at 11 o'clock Central Time, we'll be up to the task again.
So,
I'll send
Derek,
to
we're
week
live.
3.
You're gonna get a little FOMO when you
have a lot of experience playing against his. Be crazy. It's going to be loud early and loud late. Or we're going to have to start fast and consistently play really good football. But I will be nervous early. But I think we got some guys that can calm us fans down during the game.
Derek Johnson, Rashad Jennings here. I feel like the young buck today. Had a chance to talk to Ricky Williams. Now I'm talking to you. Listen, now I played against you when I was a Jaguar, when I was backing up Maurice Jones-Drew, and we were studying tape, and I was like, yo, this guy understands X and O's. One of the greatest matchups that we're going to see here is Michigan's tight end, Colston Loveland, who was the highlight of Michigan, I believe, last week. Had 87 yards, tacked on a touchdown. Now, a tight end is just kind of that hybrid position.
Same.
Where, they're blocking, they're passing, they're doing a lot of things around him, and they can open up the offense through a tight end. Now, playing linebacker, what is it going to take to bracket this type of player to secure the defensive side of the ball?
Oh, man, that's a great question. I'll tell you what, stopping it, it starts with stopping the run, being a defender. I know
cool.
is going to have us in a phone booth.
I love kids, but I don't feel like I don't understand.
See if you can stop this run, and then that's when the play.
I just don't feel comfortable having kids make YouTube.
Blocking down and then booting out or having the guys sucking into the run and then the tight end is coming out on a bootleg or whatnot, and then that's when you have those easy passes for the quarterback. We need to stop the run. We have to get Michigan in long yardage, third and long, or some kind of passing yardage where we can make this quarterback try to beat us, because we know they can play smash mouth football, and we don't want to go there with them in the big house. I think we want to air it out a little bit.
Yeah, Loveland might be the best tight end in the entire country when this season is all said and done. Derek Johnson, former Longhorns and Chiefs linebacker, kind enough to join us here on Amber and Ian on the Road with Amber Wilson, Jonathan Zaslow, and Rashad Jennings. So that's putting some stock when we're talking about guys like Loveland and how they performed in week 1 and how is Texas going to handle that kind of
This is Phil's 2-year contract extension. Let's go.
And Derek, how much stock do you put? Because obviously the Longhorns, obliterated their opponent last week. But how much do you think that matters, or what did you see last week that you do feel like, hey, this thing is cooking and we're headed the right direction, and you're actually going to put stock into it, even though it was against Colorado State?
Yeah, whenever you can win big, that's confidence for the guys, especially young guys, regardless if it's opponent where you say, hey, they should have blew them out or not. You want to have confidence in your guys, and I think this Longhorn team...
Even though Sarah's fan is a Cubs fan.
Not that we're playing against...
She went to go support one of her friends who was a White Sox fan. Brutal. Just brutal. How are they so inept?
And honestly, I don't think people give Fresno State enough credit. Fresno State, the last few years, they've won 9 or 10 games each year, so they're a pretty good team.
MJ Costa Ruiz.
Even though Michigan, had to fight with them a little bit, then kind of separated themselves later in the game. But I'm looking forward, man. This is
MJ Acosta Ruiz was on the sidelines for the Niners broadcast on KNBR and for NFL Network too.
A lot of coaching this coming week.
What's up, brother?
Week of college football, so I can't wait to see how well each of the coaches has done thus far.
Derek Johnson, former Longhorn and Chiefs great linebacker, joining us here on Amber and Ian on the Road. All right, before we let you go here, and obviously we're here for Michigan, Texas, but we can't let you go before we let you say something about your Kansas City Chiefs. So last night, the Chiefs with a great opening night win over the Ravens. Are the Chiefs going to be the first team in the Super Bowl era to three-peat?
Oh, my goodness. You know what? I do not want to jinx it, but it's hard to say that they're not going to be. I mean, if anybody could do it, it would be Pat Mahomes and Andy Reid and that whole just the man, the guts and the resiliency, the smartness, the toughness from the offense and the defense side of the ball. I mean, they got some pretty guys over there that I tell you what, man, that I have a lot of respect for. And the Chiefs are probably going to do a three-peat, and it'll be tough, but, man, Pat Mahomes can do anything he wants to do.
Yeah, we saw more of that last night. I don't understand how this guy continues to just look so unbelievable. Derek Johnson, former Longhorns and Chiefs linebacker. Thanks, Derek. We really appreciate your time.
Thanks, Derek.
Thank y'all for having me. Yep.
I mean, that game last night, Rashad, that game last night with the Chiefs, I thought they were going to be sloppy. I thought both teams, because it's week 1. I mean, you know how that goes, right? I mean, a lot of you guys are just trying
Him and Neighbors and Keon Coleman are two of the funniest people as rookies in the NFL. Just like Xavier Leggett as well. But my God, all three of those guys are hilarious.
Not trying to get hurt. That's
Let's go.
Two
overall boost.
Get ready, but boy, I don't know. I don't understand how he just always is in the right spot doing the right things at the right time, and he makes you pay. It was a few. Worthy was wide open, blown coverage. He sees it immediately, pays for it. Patrick Mahomes tip ball in the air. He sees it. He goes and catches. He actually got a reception yesterday.
How about that, Mahomes? He had passing yards. He had rushing yards. He had receiving yards.
I mean, what do you want him to do? You just don't want him making a tackle. So, I mean, he's an all-around class act, great athlete. It's going to be a fun season to watch.
Throwing balls behind his back. Preseason. he's just bored, I think, at this point. Like, he's running out of tricks, right? I mean, he's just too good.
You can't be bored as an NFL quarterback. I'm sorry, Amber. That's one of the dumbest things you've ever said.
I feel like it's Patrick Mahomes' world.
You cannot be bored as an NFL quarterback. What the fuck?
Like they're going to be a force to be reckoned with. That offense looked even better last night than it did last season, and it is only week 1 of the NFL season. Coming up next, we're going to dive into more of what we saw last night between the Chiefs and the Ravens. That's all next. The Baltimore Ravens comeback bid in Kansas City last night came out a toe shy, quite literally, just a toe shy of getting their revenge. Amber and Ian on the Road is presented to you by Progressive Insurance. Progressive makes bundling easy and affordable. Get a multi-policy discount by combining your car, home, motorcycle, commercial, auto, and more. All your protection in one place. Bundle and save at Progressive.com. Jonathan Zaslow, Amber Wilson, Rashad Jennings, we're all hanging out. Those guys are at the big house. They're having a lot more fun than me. They are
what a stadium,
up.
Amber.
They are
what
a
view we have.
Town. I know. You're texting me these pictures. Rashad,
yeah,
Zaslow's texting me these pictures before the show of the stadium, and y'all
he's rubbing it in.
There, just rubbing it in, man.
Oh, I would have punched him in his jaw. I'm like,
pregnant. It ain't my fault, all right? You know, you're doing your thing. There are consequences and repercussions to your actions, all right?
It's not your fault. My husband's happy about that. It is not your fault. But yes, I am here, still cooking this baby. A couple more weeks while you guys are enjoying the big house. But I did get to watch a game last night of NFL football that actually counted for something. So all is still right with the world. And Rashad, we know that Baltimore comes up quite literally a toe short as Kansas City wins this thing 27-20. What did you learn from this game, Rashad?
Well, I think everybody learned that Isaiah Likely is likely to be the main target the rest of the season for the Baltimore Ravens. I talked about this guy a lot prior to the season. We saw what he could do when Andrews, in the absence of Andrews being injured. Andrews is coming back. He seems healthy. But, you know, the way the things are moving, it seems like Likely is going to be the guy moving forward. So that's something I'll learn. What I also noticed is that the Baltimore Ravens are a great team. And when they start clicking, because you can see there's a little bit of rust there, they're still getting that continuity. I think the one particular pass that stood out, Lamar Jackson's stats is 1 and 8. He's just 1 out of 8 in red zone. But the pass 2, it seems like it was Flowers, but it was actually Batman in the end zone when Flowers seemingly was wide open. He overthrew it. Would have been an easy touchdown. That communication is something I think as the season progresses, we see less of. You see less of pre-snap penalties, which is a killer, is absolutely no. Unforced errors is something that you can never win in the NFL with. And I think the Baltimore Ravens are going to be in good shape. We got a quick sample. These are 2 teams that we know are going to be competing in the playoffs and for the Super Bowl. So I think it was a great way to start off.
So I learned a couple things, Amber, above all else. Number 1, let's start with Baltimore. Lamar Jackson, he is a loser. All right, he is so tough to defend against. I mean, that Chris Jones, he should have had, 4 or 5 sacks. Like, Lamar Jackson, the way that he steps into that pocket, he eludes the defenders. That Chief defense was coming after him all night long, and statistically had a fantastic game. Over 200 yards passing, over 100 yards rushing. Marched him down the field, 77 yards, down to the 10-yard line. One final play, game ends in the end zone, you know? Like, Lamar Jackson had a great game last night. He is so tough to play against. That's number 1. All right, for those who didn't know, Lamar Jackson, good player.
That's a hot take for MVP for him.
I own that statement. The second thing that I learned was the Kansas City Chiefs. Here's the thing. If you go back to the opening game last year against Detroit in Kansas City, Detroit won that game, and we're wondering, wow, Kansas City's offense, they didn't look so good. Well, guess what? That ended up being the case the entire season. All right, like that was a siren that was going off game number 1 about the Chiefs' offense. And so I wonder if we're going to feel the same way after one game last night, meaning the Chiefs' offense looked like it did in the previous years last night. Now, again, it's only one game, but it's the only game that we have in front of us here. So I think the thing that I learned on Kansas City's side last night was I'm pretty sure this Chiefs offense is going to be back to being.
Oh wow, making a mod with.
Yeah, more like what we're accustomed to seeing in a regular season. Of course, we learned also last year none of it really matters. All that matters apparently with Kansas City is once they get to a postseason, they take it up to another level. But I also learned the same thing that you guys learned as well. Plus, I learned that Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson are scary.
Give Derrick Henry the ball. Come on,
but just the threat of them for defenses together with D. Henry now in the backfield. When you have such a mobile quarterback as well. I mean, there was some scary stuff going even for the Ravens last night. But like Rashad mentioned, Isaiah Likely also
is he wrong?
Baltimore Ravens.
No.
He said after the game that this is the worst game that his team's going to play all season.
What do you take away from a competitive game like that against this team?
I say this is probably the worst game we're going to play all year. So if this is their best that they got, good luck in the postseason.
Rashad, that's confidence.
I love it.
That is something to say, Rashad.
I love it. I truly love that statement because if you watch the game, truly, the X's and O's, the mental forced errors, you obviously saw there was a particular touchdown on the defensive side of the Baltimore Ravens, literally gave Worthy a touchdown with the blown coverage. So if you take that away, if you take a bunch of little just self-inflicted wounds away, it's a completely different game. And I'm with them. The Baltimore Ravens showing me out of the gate. This game could have went either way. But, Kansas City pulled it off. Hats off to them.
Yes, the deal is an X Factor. Let's go.
We are here.
That's a thing to say. I mean, it's not like they, to say that that's the worst game you're going to play all year. It came down to the final play, a ball that was thrown into the end zone with no time remaining at the the back-to-back defending Super Bowl champions, and that's the worst game you're going to play? I got to tell you, they didn't win the game, and that's because the Chiefs are better than them, and they've been better than them. They didn't win the game, but I feel like that's
yes, he's an X Factor. Let's go.
The Ravens are going to play this year. The worst games that they're going to play this year. Isn't it closer to one of the best?
No, I would think no. I would think that is one of the worst games in the sense that it's week 1 and there's so many kinks that you're working out. And Harbaugh is notorious for not playing his starters in the preseason. Like, that is not a philosophy that they institute there in Baltimore. Rashad, what the teams that you were on in the NFL, like, what were your thoughts on actually playing in the preseason? How much did you need this?
You need it a little bit. It depends on the younger you are, the more you need it. The older you are, the less you need it, and that's just.
He's like, what was the last time you cursed him?
Position as well. I think the offensive line, and running backs, they need to get out there and walk around a little bit. The receivers, a few plays, but actually, preseason you're evaluating your entire roster. And look at for fantasy football players coming from the NFL. I'm going to tell you, preseason is kind of your opportunity to draft your 8th through 16th pick. That's what it's for. Is you're evaluating. You already know who you're rolling with. You already know your first and second and third round. You know this, so why would you want to put them out there in a situation to get hurt? Yes, maybe it does.
But you're a crinkle fry guy.
Warm up for the regular season, but man, the risk and reward, you want them to.
Oh no.
And so this is what we're seeing. Some young kids still at a position in certain positions. Lamar is still tuning himself as a prime quarterback with throwing the ball further down the field more than 20 yards. And so I think that he needs a little bit more time. People would say that money says that you don't need more time, the amount you have. However, they're going to be contending for the playoffs. We know that. And we also, something else we learned too, well, I guess we knew, but we confirmed it. Speed kills. Worthy is really fast.
Oh, he's so fast. He's so fast. Oh, my God.
I hear that. That's all anybody wants to talk about, this Xavier Worthy and how fast he is. Tyreek Hill has to be going away by that entire conversation.
I mean, Xavier Worthy touched the ball 3 times last night. He had 2 touchdowns. And we talked about him all off season, too. So it's not just that, hey, it's a rookie.
And now Trevor Lawrence is an X Factor? Oh, shit.
We talked about all summer long.
How is he available to them? To them.
It's crazy. If people want to know, can he take a hit? We'll probably never know.
Yeah, that's
he
the
can't
thing.
hit him.
Maybe we'll never find out. Who cares?
Yes, he is skinny. That's what people say about Xavier Worthy, but also it doesn't matter if you can't touch the man. I'm not sure that it does at all. Lamar Jackson fell to 1-5 in his career against Patrick Mahomes. Again, only a toe away though from that stat being.
You know what it was like last night, Amber? It reminded me when.
Let's do target practice for this and Pat Skeleton for the other quarterback.
The Leonardo DiCaprio meme from Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
Panther 60, Panther 60.
Couch in his living room, and he points at the television.
Yeah.
I feel like that was Kevin Durant. That was Kevin Durant last night watching the game, and he leans over the couch and he's pointing at the television at the replay of Isaiah Likely's toe on the end zone.
100%. And by the way, Lamar was still not accepting it after the game. He was still saying he thinks that was a touchdown. But Ryan Clark, ESPN's NFL analyst, was on Get Up, and he actually blamed Lamar for this loss.
I don't care about all you do to get your team to that point. The difference between Patrick Mahomes is when his team gets to that point, 9 times out of 10, he makes the play. And we've seen it over and over and over. And so if Lamar Jackson, who's a 2-time MVP, who if you ask me if he could be my quarterback, I'd take him every single day.
Agree.
He has to make that play. I'd say that if he was playing against the Kansas City Chiefs. I'd say that if he's playing against the Buffalo Bills. I'd say that if he's playing against the Carolina Panthers. Because when you are one of the 32 that hold that job, and when you are one of the 2 that are walking around with MVPs in the last couple of years along with Aaron Rodgers, that play is expected to be made. And when it's not made, it's inexcusable. And he's the reason that they're in that position.
Agreed.
He's also the reason that they went home with an L.
Rashad, is that fair?
That's
Oh, no question.
Take simply because he's putting on the magnitude of the dollar. So I give him that. He can make that play. He should make that play, and he also believes he should have made that play. It's one of those things, Amber, when the criticism and the praise all goes to the quarterback, and it's not worthy necessarily of either one. Defense out there is playing. Your special teams are playing. We know.
Let's go.
That make a team win or lose. But Lamar has big shoulders, high expectations, high octane, and he is a lot of people that still kind of saying in the background. And I know Bill Pollen somewhere, he's somewhere.
Polian.
I told you he's a running back. So you still got a lot of criticism floating around. But I think Lamar has the perfect recipe of a little bit of stubbornness along with hard work that he really doesn't buy into a lot of outside noise, which is going to continue to make him being MVP talent, MVP worthy of the NFL, and hopefully he'll get a chance to play in the big one.
Lamar was 26 of 41 last night, 273 yards passing, another 122 yards rushing, 1 tutty from passing. He rushed for 122 yards on 16 carries last night.
That's not what I wanted.
Yeah, but the only thing about that, you love it, stats love it, fantasy owners love it, but when you think about one game out of, 17, 18, 19, hopefully 27, you don't want your quarterback being, especially with Derrick Henry in the backfield, the leading rusher and carrier.
He said the reason that they couldn't win the AFC title game, he couldn't run as much, like he wasn't healthy, and you would think, hey, give Derrick Henry the football more than 5 times in the second half.
Yeah, that's 100% true. And now how much of that's on Lamar? How much of that's on the coaching staff? It's hard to know what he's doing. If he's not audibling or if he's not checking down or if he's not whatever, he's just taking into his own hands, or is that by design from the coaching staff? It's hard to know, but either way, they do need to find more balance, I would think, for his sake. Tune in for baseball action tomorrow as the Cubbies host the Yanks, presented by Progressive. That's what happened last night, but we do have a big game tonight. NFL action headed our way. We will get into Eagles-Packers from Brazil. That's next right here on ESPN Radio.
Shit.
This is Amber and Ian on the road.
Okay, that was good. That was good.
For the Duke Mayo Classic, Tennessee is battling NC State in Charlotte, North Carolina. That's presented to you by Dr. Pepper. Coverage begins at 7 p.m. on ESPN Radio and on both at the Big House. They're going to be bringing you all the goods tomorrow as well right here on ESPN Radio starting at 10 a.m. Eastern. You can follow Rashad at Rashad Jennings. You can follow Zaslow at Zaslow Show. You can follow me, Amber Wilson, at Amber W Sports.
So, Amber, Rashad and I, we are broadcasting. Tomorrow we're broadcasting right outside the Big House in the Airstream trailer, which is so awesome for College Tailgate. That's going to be at 10 a.m. Eastern. But right now, we're in the press area. Beautiful press area.
Damn, people were getting,
Really nice
people were falling asleep as Riley's weed.
Because we look down here at the field. You got the band out here, the marching band.
They're practicing?
Going through
Sounds
everything.
Good too.
They're doing the formations, and they're doing the when they cross through each other and they make the symbols, all the shapes.
QP Mayo.
Very impressive. They're doing it all right now. It's very college football.
Just for you guys. Like you're getting your own personal show. Is anybody else?
They do a good job.
Quite literally.
No, it's just us. It's just us here.
Sriracha.
You should go out. You should start clapping like out the windows there for the.
They're doing a good job. They're making like they got some kind of creature they're doing right now. Maybe it's
All right, well,
maybe
spoiler
it's a Wolverine.
alert.
Maybe it's a Wolverine. It looks like somebody just took somebody's mustache off their lip and
That
put
is
it
true.
on the field.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. That's what we're looking forward to tomorrow from the Big House.
Good band.
So a nice little preview there. We're also previewing the NFL action because we've got more NFL action tonight. NFL season kicked off last night. Chiefs got one over the Ravens tonight. It will be the Packers at the Philadelphia Eagles, and by at, I mean in Brazil.
Sao Paulo, Brazil. Do you see how long it took them to get there? Rashad, do the players on the Packers and Eagles, do they hate this where I think, I don't remember which team it was. Listen, I'm not good with travel, but one team it took them 9 hours to get there. The other team it took them 10 hours to get there. Like your first game of the season, are the players, complaining and moaning about this?
Not really. Not the first game because you don't really think about it as much. You got a lot of time to prepare for it, and the flights, coaches will though. Just so you know, I'm telling you. Just like I mentioned before, weeks previous, it's college football, right? When you travel, you have to consider all the elements. Travel is a part of the work. It puts everything together. And if you don't travel well, you will struggle. You will struggle if you're not hydrated. You will struggle if you're not eating right. You will struggle if you do not sleep and adjust quickly to the time zone. And so it's not a complaint by the players, but as you mature and when you pay attention to nutrition, it makes a difference.
I have a really important question, though, about the Eagles in particular. So tonight it's Eagles and Packers. And I'll direct it to Rashad, but then I do need your opinion here as well, Amber. It's very, very important.
I mean, my opinion's almost as good as, Rashad Jennings' opinion, who played in the actual NFL, because I've watched the hell out of the NFL, so I'm with you.
Well, look,
But
everybody
you can start
knows.
with him, I guess.
Everybody knows you and I, Amber Wilson. We are football experts. But I'm going to ask the guy who played professional.
Oh, fine.
First. All right. So, the Philadelphia.
Whoa, what the hell?
No more Jason Kelsey. He's gone. All right. We know last year the tush push was a very big thing. It has not been outlawed. All right. How important is Jason Kelsey's the loss of Jason Kelsey's presence? How important is that to them still being able to execute what was seemingly an unstoppable play last year? And I'm asking you this it absolutely is not because I drafted Jalen Hurts in my fantasy football league. That has nothing to do with this question. How prevalent will
For the Billikens
still be for Jalen Hurts and the Eagles?
That's one of the best questions floating right this second, I believe. Is he the tush of the push? We don't know. Was it all
multiple sclerosis, which is a degenerative muscle disease, which destroys the muscle fibers in the bone structure
like you said,
of
people
your
really don't
joint.
understand how important he is to the offensive line. He was the one making the calls, allowing Jalen Hurts to groom himself into a true NFL quarterback and watch the defense and just let us take care of everything, Jalen, with the calls. You prepare yourself with the throw where you're going to be accurate. And now they don't have that. They don't have that. So the tush push is up for debate if it's still going to be available or not. I don't know if they're going to rely on it. I tell you what, they're going to run it. And if it's not successful, boy, listen, Jason's going to be sitting somewhere and he's going to get a call saying, give us the recipe, please.
I mean, he'll be on that NFL countdown with his beret, and he'll be having the last laugh.
He will be. He'll be taking all the credit for that thing. Jalen's still got those legs, though. He's still got those legs that can squat at 3,000 pounds. So,
I mean, Amber, in our entire life, have all of us ever spent more time talking about a center than Jason Kelce over the last year?
No, we haven't. But I do think that quarterback in particular is uniquely qualified to also move behind that line into an end zone. I mean, I think that's why it worked there. Now, we're going to see what it looks like with a totally different center. And I do think that, frankly, the loss of Jason Kelce has been one of those things that's been overlooked. Because everybody still tells me, when I talk about this Eagles team, everybody still tells me that this is an elite O-line. And I'm thinking, but is it? Because you lost your centerpiece for that line. I mean, you lost your quarterback up the line. You know, you lost your most important player there. And so what kind of effect is that going to end up having on chemistry?
Ooh, big gear.
On Amber and Ian on the road.
Sabrina Fortune. God, you sexy. Hello.
For this upcoming matchup.
People make it seem like, oh, you have to be skinny. You can only be skinny doing shot put. But no, you got to be a little bit on the thicker side, like a person like my size at 287 or bigger, so you can get enough height on the shot put. Because if you're skinny, you don't have enough strength to do it.
Minutes from now, we are waiting for the kickoff of Packers Eagles. We will keep you updated on all the live action right here on ESPN Radio. But let's bring in Mrs. NFL, Mina Kimes, ESPN NFL analyst, the Mina Kimes Show featuring Lenny podcast. And Mina, thanks so much for your time. Before I look ahead to tonight, let's look backwards to last night. A heck of a game there between the Ravens and the Chiefs. Chiefs end up winning that thing 27-20. What did we learn last night?
Why did I do?
Well, for starters, the Chiefs are the Super Bowl champs for a reason, and unfortunately, they seem to have gotten better. I was really struck by the physicality with which they played on defense, but again, that's a continuation of a theme. Perhaps the more surprising and concerning element watching the Baltimore Ravens was how much their offensive line, which has 3 new starters versus last year, affected the game. Just completely making their drop-back passing game non-functional at times. I mean, Chris Jones was taking over when they were forced to drop back. They were struggling with a lot of the pressures that Steve Spagnuolo was throwing at them. They were asking guys to help in pass protect, which limited what they could do downfield. And I guess that's concerning because, I don't know if there's answers on the roster or if they're just counting on development from some of the younger players, but that could be a huge issue for a team with Super Bowl aspirations.
Mina, it's only one game, so we don't want to overreact, but it's also the only information we have in front of us now. It's only been one game played so far, but is it fair to assume that the Chiefs' offense is going to be a lot better than it was last year?
Well, for all of the concerns and seeming failures last year, they actually finished 8th in offensive DVOA. So, yeah, I think they could be better than that. It would not be surprising if they finish as the best offense in the NFL, although we'll see what the Niners look like this year and the Lions. But, what is scary is just how much the addition of Xavier Worthy and the progression from Rashee Rice seems to open up the entire passing game. And, it's a very challenging proposition because of their ability to stress teams vertically and how much space that creates underneath. And you saw Rashee Rice really benefiting from that. So, yeah, it is definitely concerning if you're looking to take down the Chiefs.
So, Mina, thanks for coming on. Question for you. A big game tonight. Eagles take on Green Bay Packers. The acquisition of Saquon Barkley to the Eagles. I believe there's an opportunity that Saquon Barkley can mean to the Eagles with the acquisition as McCaffrey means to the 49ers. Do you see that being a possibility in getting that ground running over there with the Eagles, or is that a little bit of a stretch?
I have heard from my colleagues and share that sentiment. I'm a little skeptical, to be honest, just because I think Christian McCaffrey is so unique as a route runner, and I also think, Kyle Shanahan did such a fantastic job essentially weaponizing him in the San Francisco 49ers offense. The way they use him is so creative. And the addition of Kellen Moore as the offensive coordinator, I'm excited about. He does love to throw to running backs, but there's a difference between the way the Niners use McCaffrey and your typical offense where you're asking a running back just to kind of run running back routes and that sort of thing. So I'll be curious to see how he's deployed. I mean, the thing about the Eagles is the run game actually wasn't bad last year. It was really a drop-back passing game, particularly against the blitz, that was the source of so many of their issues in the second half of the season. And
He's just too slow. My God.
A great deal as an outlet for her.
Doctor's gonna either be put on the practice order or released. Because my God, the dude is so slow.
That new offensive coordinator, Kellen Moore, to give him answers against blitz.
Mina Kimes joining us here on Amber and Ian on the road. Jonathan Zaslow, Rashad Jennings, Amber Wilson here with you as well. Mina, last night the football wasn't as sloppy as I expected it to be. I mean, I'm not saying it was top-notch for either of those teams, but I guess I have low expectations for week one. And really for week 2 as well, because a lot of teams now treat the first couple of weeks kind of like preseason football. At what point, when you analyze these teams, do you think, okay, this is the highest level of this team that we're going to get, and that I need to rely on what my eyes are watching?
Yeah, I think a few weeks into the season, you feel more comfortable sort of definitively saying, what you think about each team, strengths, weaknesses, new coaching staff, especially when you're talking about teams with these young quarterbacks. But also, and as you kind of allude to, Super Bowl contenders. I mean, you've heard Bill Belichick has spoken about this, how he treats the first month of the season.
Oh, she lost to people before. That's sad.
I would say since that one seed is so valuable now, there's a little bit of danger in messing around too much because of the potential to lose that and lose ground. But I think certainly with teams with a lot of change,
it's okay.
it takes a while to get your arms around them.
Mina, what do you make of what's going on with Jamar Chase right now? He alluded to the idea of he's a game-time decision this weekend. How do you expect this to play out?
Well, this has been a funny one. It kind of snuck up on us. And reading the tea leaves, it does sound like they're going to get a deal done. But, Chase himself said, I might be kind of limited. So week one, it might not be the full Jamar Chase, although I think the second he plays, he'll be fine. And with T. Higgins potentially missing the game, suddenly you start to worry about that we might see some of the continuation of the Bengals' early season struggles that we have seen during the Joe Burrow era. And I'll say this about the New England Patriots, who they're playing. I know everyone expects them to be, one of the worst teams in the NFL this year, but that defense is still good. They still have a ton of depth at all three levels, even after trading away Matt Judon. So I wouldn't take it for granted, let's say, especially if Chase doesn't play.
A lot of questions going on in Steeler Nation about Russell Wilson or Justin Fields, and we see that Russell Wilson is kind of iffy for the Sunday game against the Falcons. If he cannot go, how much trust can the Steelers put in Justin Fields? And if so, do you think Russell will ever see the field again?
Minimal trust, to be honest, but I feel that way about Russ too. To be clear, I don't think they came into the season with either quarterback option covering himself in glory in the preseason or a strong sense that there's going to be improvement over what was pretty troubling last year. I have been pretty clear that I'd rather see Fields just because of the variance at least you get, and obviously what he brings to the run game, which I think could be quite good with Harris and Warren behind that rebuilt offensive line. But yeah, it's whether it's limited Russ or Fields, who wasn't picked to be the week one starter, I don't think they're in a good situation either way.
Mina Kimes joining us. Mina, I don't want the alarms to sound here at ESPN, so I have to ask you something about the Dallas Cowboys.
Go on.
And the Cowboys, I know a lot of people are super concerned, of course, about their running game this season, and I understand Ezekiel Elliott is a shell of himself, but last season they only had 7 red zone scores on the ground, even though Pollard, of course, is a good back. Is it possible that we're making too much of that, or do you think, in fact, that will be Dallas's biggest weakness this season?
But I think it'll be a weakness, and not just because of the question marks at running back. I think Rico Dowdle's probably going to get most of the carries. We'll see how that looks. But really because of the changes on the offensive line.
Definitely muscle.
Starters at left tackle and Cooper Beebe in the middle. And this is the Cowboys offensive line that just a few years ago was one of the best run blocking units in the NFL. And I kind of have to see it before I feel good about the youth that they've got there. If the passing game can be anything close to what it was last year, that should open up opportunities, lighter boxes for Dowdle and Elliott. But yeah, there's just a lot of change up front. And they go up against a Cleveland Browns team this weekend that obviously has one of the best 4-man rushes in the NFL. And I'm sure Myles Garrett is looking forward to welcoming Tyler Guyton, the left tackle, to the league. But was actually pretty stout against the run last year, really improved. So it's going to be challenging both through the air and on the ground, I think.
Mina, one more for you here. If you could only watch one game this weekend, what is it?
shoot, tonight's game is pretty dang good. But if we're looking ahead to Sunday, I'll go Rams-Lions, the rematch. I mean, it's two what I believe are going to be the best offenses in football. And this Lions team, I picked to make the Super Bowl representing the NFC, but, they've got kind of
Wait, Giants Smith is a Dolphin?
Defense, both up front and the secondary, and this Rams offense is about as challenging as it gets through the air with healthy Cooper Kupp and Puka Nacua, so they're going to be tested early on, and I think have the potential to make a statement headed into the season.
It'd be really hard to do your job if you could only watch one game this weekend. That would be.
That's how it used to be, Amber.
That would make things difficult. Mina Kimes, ESPN NFL analyst. Of course, check her out on the Mina Kimes Show featuring Lenny podcast. Thanks, Mina. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Mina.
Bye, guys.
Amber is presented by Progressive Insurance. Get renter's insurance to protect the things that make your place a home, including coverage for theft or damage. Visit Progressive.com. Coming up next here on Amber and Ian on the Road with Jonathan Zaslow, Amber Wilson, and Rashad Jennings. We sound on, sound off right here on ESPN Radio. Rolling along here on Amber and Ian on the Road. Jonathan Zaslow, Rashad Jennings, Amber Wilson hanging out. The guys are at their big house. They're gearing up for Texas being in town in Ann Arbor, Michigan tomorrow. Texas, Michigan, nice little top 10 matchup that you got in college football. You also have Kansas at Illinois tomorrow as well. You can hear that game on ESPN Radio. Coverage begins at 6:30 p.m. Eastern for that one. But it's not just college football, it's also NFL season, and boy, do we have sound galore. Let's sound on, sound off.
They said it, but what do they really mean?
What are you trying to say to us?
Sound on, sound off, with Amber and Ian.
And our producer, James.
Hey, guys.
Hey, James.
Hi.
How's it going?
It's great. I'm having a great time tonight. I hope you guys are too. So we're heading into the NFL season. We're getting lots of predictions. And one prediction from this morning on Unsportsmanlike from Evan Cohen, who is one of the hosts on Unsportsmanlike. This is definitely a prediction.
I think the Cleveland Browns are going to go to the Super Bowl this year.
What?
Think about everything we've been saying. You got to beat the crap out of the Chiefs. You got to keep Mahomes off the field. You got to have a really good defense that can attack him and that can cover receivers. The Cleveland Browns, when healthy, have an awesome offensive line. The Cleveland Browns, when healthy, have great running backs. The Cleveland Browns only need average quarterback play. I was not overly impressed with the Ravens last night. The Cincinnati Bengals are a question mark right now relative to Jamar Chase and the health.
Wait, Jonathan Smith is a Dolphin?
Pittsburgh Steelers have their starting quarterback injured already. I think Josh Allen and the Bills are actually going to have a good year this year. I picked them for MVP. I don't know why I keep coming back to this. I think the Cleveland Browns are the one team that could actually take the Chiefs out.
All right, so out of all of the predictions, that was definitely one of them. Amber, what do you think? Browns, a Super Bowl contender?
One of them. That's a prediction. I don't know why he keeps coming back to it either. Do they have a quarterback? Like a competent quarterback? I still don't know, even if Deshaun Watson is able to remain healthy, frankly, this season. Yes, they have the best defense, arguably, in the National Football League, the number one ranked defense from last season, but then they went ahead and got absolutely spanked in a wild card game against the Houston Texans, in large part because Flacco threw something like pick sixes on back-to-back. Like, remember the second half? It was like just pick six of that game. It was so unbelievably ugly. But I don't know if it's any better than Deshaun Watson. I have no idea. And so I don't know how to take that lead. Plus, you have Nick Chubb coming off the surgery. Zaslow, I don't have much confidence.
Yeah, I don't think they're a Super Bowl team either, Amber. You know, I don't think there's – forget to think. I know there's not. There's not a lot of precedent for a team to win the Super Bowl with average quarterback play. Like Evan is saying there, you know, the Browns, all they need is average quarterback play. They're really good everywhere else. There's not a whole lot of precedent for average quarterback play winning you a Super Bowl. And look, there's some teams that can't get out of their own way. You know, the Cleveland Browns are one of them. Browns, Super Bowl,
oh, wow.
That doesn't sound like it to me.
Yeah, there's a lot of statements that I make in my life that I forget one word to add to it that I forgot, and that's hope. I think.
Oh, wow. So he's a lawyer.
Hope that they go because he's saying that they're going to get through Kansas City. No. He's saying that they're going to get through the Texans. No. The Ravens. No. Cincinnati. Jags, okay, maybe Steelers, how they going to make themselves out? I don't know. It's kind of competitive over there, but to jump right out and put them in front of full
drive here. They're around midfield.
Nice update.
Such a weird statement. We are underway in Brazil.
Yeah, hey, that's what's happening, right?
True. I know it's what's happening.
Game's going on.
We
Lots moving.
We talked about this game earlier. The reigning, defending, undisputed back-to-back Super Bowl champion Kansas City Chiefs got the first win of their season last night on opening night. End of the game, pretty wild. Isaiah Likely thought he had a touchdown. Toe was on the line, no touchdown. Chiefs win. Lamar Jackson, though, he didn't believe that that was the right call, I guess.
So Lamar, your perspective on that on Zay's touchdown?
You said it, James. I thought it was a touchdown. Still think it's a touchdown.
Zaz, Lamar still thinks it's a touchdown, I guess. What do you think?
Look, you know, I'm here at the big house with Rashad here in Ann Arbor, Michigan. They're telling me the sky's blue, but I don't agree. I think it's red. I still think it's red. I mean, everybody's saying it's blue. I think it's red. I don't understand what Lamar Jackson's doing there. It's not a matter of opinion. It is a fact. There is evidence. Video evidence. He was out of bounds. It is not a touchdown. You can't take a fact and then say that you don't believe it. Rashad, what are we doing?
Yeah, it's a tough. I'm going to go ahead and say it was an emotional state for him, and maybe and perhaps just to give some perspective, he's going off of what he felt. Maybe he didn't see the tape like we saw the tape. Maybe when it was showing a replay, possibly he was looking at the playbook. I don't know. But when he goes home and sees how it was very clear that his big toe was on the line, I think then he'll rebuttal that. But, you know, right after the game, we tend to say some emotional things, and I'm okay with it.
I'm thinking that he hadn't seen the video, that he hadn't seen the replay. He hadn't seen the
what
film.
is this, 1960? Do we not have scoreboard with Videotron and Arrowhead?
Okay, but is he looking up at that? I mean, he probably is.
It's kind of a big play. I'd like to think he looks up and decides to take a gander.
But otherwise, I mean, he's not reviewing the tape anyways before he's going to that press conference immediately after the game. I'm trying to give Lamar the benefit of the doubt. I don't know what to say. The toe was clearly on the white lawn.
Yeah, I don't know what he was saying there. I thought that was a fake quote whenever I saw it tweeted out, just the quote. I didn't see the video. I'm like, there's no way that's actually something that Lamar Jackson said. But here we are. Entered the season with a lot of unsure feelings about the Steelers quarterback room. We're heading into week one. Still don't know what's happening with the Steelers quarterback room. Russell Wilson, his calf, not 100%. Here he is talking about that.
The biggest thing is you hate these, nagging things. I've been feeling great, honestly, the past few weeks. I've been feeling really good. So just kind of felt a little funny yesterday. I think the most important thing is just getting prepared to win. I think that's our focus right now, doing whatever we can, obviously myself included, and obviously getting ready to rock and roll. And I'll be ready to go if I can go. I'm going to go and try to do everything I can to help us win. That's how I think about it. And if not, I'm going to do everything I can to help us win in that way too. So I'm going to do everything I can, as you guys know, to be ready to rock.
All right, so Russell Wilson, he's iffy for week one. Rashad, what should the Steelers do here at the quarterback position?
You know, I say start Justin. The reason why, if he's iffy, start him because you're going to play both. We know that, right? And you're really more trying to get a sense and feel for Justin. So, look, he didn't come in thinking he was going to be the starter. Look, start him, put pressure on him, see what he does out there game one, week one. If he performs well, then, hey, allow Russell to fade his way out. Coach up Justin. You know he will be that kind of a guy in the locker room. And off you go and allow Russell to be the backup. I mean, they're not paying anybody real big money. So they're playing with house money between these two. I don't think they have any allegiance or alliances with either one. I say play the healthiest guy that can perform well and go.
Amber, he better get out there on Sunday. All right? Russell Wilson better get out there on Sunday. One of the dumbest phrases in sports is that you can't lose your job due to injury.
Who has that phrase?
Do you not watch sports? All right, you absolutely can.
Pip not happen?
You can lose your job due to injury. All right, go ask Drew Bledsoe. And if Russell Wilson does not get out there, he may never get out as quarterback for the Steelers. He didn't exactly blow anyone out the water in in preseason and training camp. Amber, he better get out.
And I can back you on that. I took Darren McFadden's job in
You got to
Oakland.
take it,
When
Rashad.
he got
Take
hurt,
it.
he never came
Take
back.
it.
Take it.
Even in this business, you take it when you're given the opportunity. I ride with all Wilsons, though. So all that being said, I ride with Wilson. I ride with Russell Wilson. I'm hoping that calf tightness. I don't know why you're out there pushing sleds in your mid-30s on conditioning tests when you're a quarterback.
A little embarrassing
What are we doing, Broncos? All right, coming up next, we're going to talk to the first of 2 Heisman Trophy winners tonight. Desmond Howard is going to join us. That's next. We've got a big one at the big house. Texas is in town in Ann Arbor, Michigan. 3rd ranked Texas, 10th ranked Michigan. They're going to go at it at noon Eastern tomorrow. Amber and Ian on the Road is presented to you by Progressive Insurance. You can always hit us up on the Dr. Pepper Twitter feed. You can find Rashad Jennings at Rashad Jennings. You can find Jonathan Zaslow at Zaslow Show. You can find me, Amber Wilson, at Amber W Sports. So we're gearing up for tomorrow's action. Let's get you ready for it. ESPN College Game Day host, former Michigan wide receiver, and of course 1991 Heisman Trophy winner Desmond Howard is joining us. Brought to you by Home Depot. Get everything you want in a paint all in one can with Bayer Dynasty from the Home Depot. And Desmond, thanks so much for your time. Obviously, Michigan, they got the win last week, but it might not have been as dominant as Big Blue fans were hoping for. How much stock should we actually put into what we saw in week 1?
Well, it's it just depends. It depends on your understanding of the game and how different coaches may go about week 1. And you have to understand that Michigan, they lost a lot, obviously, with their offensive line and their quarterback, and a few other
football.
But the DNA of Michigan football is to run the ball. In order to run the ball, you have to have a very good offensive line. So.
Damn, Coco Golf was 15.
Like a lot of teams are. They're trying to figure out all of their pieces, and normally week 1 is when you do that. You look across the country. You look at Oregon. Oregon, they have Dylan Gabriel. A lot of people pick them to win the conference, if not win a national championship. But
no wonder it's the left earbud. It's not even the right earbud.
In Idaho, look at Ohio State. They're supposed to have the best roster in all of football right now. They were 17-3 at halftime against Akron. So I say this because a lot of teams are really still trying to figure out, individual pieces and units too. So Michigan obviously had a quarterback battle during camp, and they elected to go with Warren over Orji, but they still played both. And, they were trying to figure out things on the fly. And the second part is I just believe that if I'm a head coach, and Fresno State's a good outfit, there's no doubt about that. They're not to be taken lightly. But if I have the Texas Longhorns coming in the week after, well, there's just certain things I'm not going to show. I'm going to probably be as vanilla as possible while I'm still trying to figure out, these individual pieces and these groups, so to speak. So, it wasn't what they were used to seeing, but J.J. McCarthy is like they said, Harbaugh said he was the best quarterback to ever play at Michigan, and I think his winning percentage backs that up. And he won a national championship, so now
exactly.
we have to move on from that and see what the next guys can do.
Yeah, now they're in the Davis Warren era, as you mentioned. He put up
But they were actually on CBS until they switched over to ESPN after 2013.
But I was interested to find out here, Desmond, that was Michigan's 8th win here in the last few years, where they finished with less than 150 passing yards. So even before Davis Warren, that was not their identity, as you mentioned. Of course, they lose Blake Corum in that running game, and then they have to replace 6 O-linemen, though. And so even though Khalil Mullings did a great job in week 1, how concerned are you about Michigan's sort of identity as a running team when you had to replace that many O-linemen in front of them?
Yeah, like I said, so that's the concern. And you just don't know how these guys are going to react to live competition until you actually have live competition.
Let's go!
Now you see how
into the go zone.
What certain players are good at, what certain players may struggle with. Oftentimes it comes down to like identification or miscommunication, and you let a runner come free through a gap or something of that nature. So it's all a learning process for a lot of these coaches who are, piecing together offensive lines or piecing together a secondary
Who
or
cares?
what have you. In the first game is normally when you really get to see how these units act in real
Is your house?
action.
So we're talking about the Michigan O-line here, but on the D-line, Wink Martindale, he loves to blitz.
Yeah.
We know that from his time, of course, even in the NFL. We saw that all over the place. So he loves to pressure. So that's what the Texas O-line is going to have to deal with. When we're talking about O-lines and D-lines, like, does this matchup between these two top 10 teams really come down to the trenches then, do you think?
Well, I think it starts there. It starts there, and whoever can control the line of scrimmage, they're going to have a better probability, greater probability of winning the game. But, it starts in the trenches. But, it goes beyond that. Obviously, Quinn Ewers is a veteran quarterback. He's probably going to be one of the first 2 or 3 quarterbacks off the board in the NFL draft in April. So you have to go to that position, too. And then what do you have on the perimeter?
I wanted to keep going. That was a touchdown I did.
Michigan, they have a real strong running game. Texas comes into this game with the 2 of their starting running backs got hurt during camp, but I think that their reserve backs are probably just as capable. And Sarkisian's a brilliant play caller, so he's going to make
Navratilova, great name.
he calls plays to put them in positions that he believes.
For some reason, that's one word I can't even fucking spell. Navratilova. Navratilova. Navratilova.
When Notre Dame traveled there and took on the Texas A&M
Oh wow.
You have so many storylines, obviously, with Riley Leonard, the quarterback at Notre Dame. He used to be the quarterback at Duke, and Mike Elko used to be the head coach at Duke, and now he's the head coach.
Girl, shut up. That's why people lost respect for you, Venus. I mean, not Venus. Which one? It doesn't matter. Like, come on. You acting like a little pitching little bitch. Like, come on. I'm trying to empower black women, but sometimes they act so damn immature. It makes it hard for me as a black man to support them. And us black men just be so fucking immature as well, but they really take it to another level. I'm trying to empower y'all to be successful, but at the same time, you're acting like a little bitch.
Desmond Howard, of course, you always can check him out on ESPN's College Game Day. Former Michigan Heisman Trophy winner. Thanks, Desmond. I appreciate your time.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
I didn't do well, no.
Texas at 10th ranked at the Big House tomorrow, noon Eastern. Jonathan Dazzle and Rashad live outside the Big House tomorrow on College Tailgate right here.
Took them long though.
Radio. That's headed your way at 10 a.m. Eastern. They're going to get you ready for all of the college football slate from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern tomorrow right here on your airwaves. So you're not going to want to miss that. But we've got NFL football happening on our televisions right now. The Green Bay Packers, the first on the board in
Damn it, I didn't do it right.
Zip, and that's coming off of Jalen Hurts, Rashad, throwing a really, really ugly interception into triple coverage? What was happening there?
Yeah, he was trying to get Devontae Smith, it looks like, on the seam route. He got covered up with the linebacker. It would have been back shoulder, but he threw it short in the middle, and it was a lob. Usually you overthrow in the middle. Bad pass. He knows it. He wish he could have it back, but the defense did stop hold up and only allowed him the opportunity for 3, which they capitalized on it. But starting off, completions. I mean, he's 0 for 2.
I don't understand why he doesn't keep going. It's a crossing route, not a stop route.
Yeah, to say the least. But it's a long game.
Oh wow, nice. How did he find the ball to that bad throw?
So far this game, I mean, it's in South Palo, right? It doesn't, looks like an NFL football game. I'm not really noticing a huge difference. But these two teams so far, at least in my opinion, Dazzler, have looked a little sloppier than what we saw last night. And last night, I thought those teams were going to look really sloppy. Week 1, everybody looked sloppy. And then also,
look at this.
It was dumping buckets last night before the game. But now, this matchup, maybe it's Brazil, maybe it's jet lag.
Or maybe it's Jalen Hurts can't field the snap. Jalen Hurts, he bobbles the snap. Was there anything wrong with the actual snap, Rashad? Good. Green Bay fell on it. It's another turnover.
Another turnover, simply reminding everybody we have a new center with the Eagles. It makes a big difference. It seems like that he snapped the ball when he wasn't ready. Jalen was scanning the defense, trying to figure out the rotations of the safeties with the mic. It seems like the center made his own call, but the offensive line seemed to be on the same point too. So I don't know if that was Jalen or if I don't know if that was the center. But
wow, what a
right now on the
shot.
sidelines about it, they're going to have to iron that out.
You hate when you don't know the ball's coming and it hits you right in the chest. Yeah, it's never good.
Well, he was
much better.
Very surprised, Jalen Hurts was, that the ball was at his chest. So he clearly
it's a disaster of a start for them. My
God. It is
God.
not a good start for the Philadelphia Eagles. And you can't overreact to these things because, again, this is practically a preseason for these teams. But it's ugly so far. And also, I don't know, Rashad, I don't know how you factor in the whole, Brazil thing. I don't know.
They've been there for a couple days.
They've had a just to get acclimated, but just so everybody understands, yes, there is a little discrepancy with, when you travel with the hydration and things of that nature, but what we're seeing for the lack of performance has nothing to do with the travel at all. Right now, it's just bad play. Green Bay has the ball in the red zone. They've had the ball in the red zone every time. But I tell you, if they only come out of this with another field goal, it's some questions to be asked on the Green Bay side.
Tips and overthrows.
2 turnovers, short field, and now it's first and long after a holding penalty. So if Philadelphia's defense can hold them to another field goal here, you're the Eagles' offense. You say, okay, we dodged a bullet here. Let's get our act together.
Yeah, right now, under 7 minutes left in the first quarter. Again, Green Bay up right now on Philly, 3-0, but in scoring position once again off of another turnover there from Jalen Hurts. We'll continue to keep you updated here on Amber and Ian on the road with all of the live action on our television sets.
So they do a Thursday night game after their game against the Titans.
I gotta tell you.
That's next on ESPN.
You can't say ass on TV. What the fuck?
We've got NFL action on our television sets. We're seeing Green Bay just scored a touchdown over Philadelphia. Waiting on the call. Green Bay up right now on Philly, 3-0 here with under 4 minutes left in the first quarter. We'll continue to keep you updated on the NFL action right here on Amber and Ian on the road. Jonathan Zaslow, Amber Wilson, Rashad Jennings hanging out. But we're also talking a lot, of course, about college football because Rashad and Zaslow are at the Big House. They're getting ready for Texas-Michigan, headed your way tomorrow, noon Eastern. You can hear them right here on ESPN Radio starting at 10 a.m. Eastern tomorrow. There's a couple college teams that are trying to shake off what happened to them, though, in week 1. LSU would like to forget sooner rather than later that they ended up losing a close one in Las Vegas to USC.
Brian Kelly's so angry.
And Brian Kelly's angry. Slammed the fist on the table. We all saw it. Seemed so genuine. And then Clemson, probably actually truly incredibly angry because they got walloped by Georgia 34-3. They are most certainly trying to move away from that one. They're both trying to pretend like it never even happened.
Yeah.
There are some moments in sports fans wish they could make disappear.
Back to throw. Blitz is coming. Sack. Fumble.
No! I didn't see anything. I did not see anything.
This is Like It Never Even Happened.
Like It Never Even Happened, brought to you by Serve Pro, the #1 choice in cleanup and restoration. Like It Never Even Happened. All right, Zaslow, now it's your turn.
Yeah, Clemson is in. I feel like it's an unprecedented situation, Rashad, with Clemson, where Dabo Swinney is literally one of the most successful coaches in college football history and is so unwilling to adapt. And it's going to wind up costing him his job if he doesn't decide to, adapt with the times here. So they'll have an opportunity to feel better about themselves. Although, listen, Appalachian State's no joke, but they have an opportunity to feel better about themselves this weekend. LSU, on the other hand, you clearly think it was performative, him banging his fist on the desk, saying how angry he was. They can't close out the game against Texas A&M. LSU has Nichols this weekend. Rashad, I feel like LSU probably gets back on track.
Yeah, they definitely get back on track this week. They should. If they don't, we'll be having a different conversation. But it was some outstanding play. It was great football. It was really good college football being played. The receivers really stood out. Lacey with LSU, Hudson over there USC really stood out. I thought they performed very well. I think these are the type of two teams that can find themselves competing again, potentially in the playoffs. So hats off to both teams. It's early, a lot to learn from. And I'll
Shit,
say over
that's
there
not
for
what I wanted to
Clemson,
do.
though, he kind of, I won't compare the two, but I will compare one thing about the two, and that's Dan Campbell along with, give me the name again. I just slipped my mind. Clemson's head coach.
Dabo Swinney.
Dabo. The thing about them is they're unapologetic about the way they approach the game. Dan Campbell is obviously going to run the football 4th down 2. He's going to go for a 4th down 3 consistently, and he lives and dies by that. Now, the rule of thumb would be if you punt and you lose the game, fine, we won't harp down your throat. But however, if you go against the grain of the new wave and you go for it on 4th and 3 and you don't make it, now we're going to fire you. Same thing with Dabo. It's like, hey, listen, we love the fact that you're sticking to your guns. You feel like you can build a great program the grassroots way. If it works, great. If it don't, now you're going against the grain. You have to do it our way. So wins cover sins, and right now he's just not able to cover his sins.
Yeah, very different analysis, absolutely, if they were actually not just winning, but even if they were competitive. Because I don't think that the conversation would have been the same if Clemson had lost, but had barely lost to Georgia. But they got walloped by Georgia. And people forget how few transfers, frankly, Georgia has, and that's what they want to blame everything on with Clemson. But the reality is stark that Clemson's the only non-military school that doesn't have any transfers whatsoever. And then because, like Rashad said, that Dabo's been so unapologetic about it and so public about it and doubled down and tripled down and quadrupled down that none of that ends up helping him. So we'll see if Clemson can get back on track. They've got App State this weekend. LSU has Nichols this weekend. Zaslow, give me everything you know about the football team from Thibodaux, Louisiana, which is Nichols University.
Amber, we don't have enough time, all right? I don't know why you put me on the spot and you want me to give a rundown of Nichols football when we only have a few minutes left in this segment, so we're going to save that for another time. Can I tell you what I did this morning? Can I tell you what happened, Rashad? I'm gonna tell you guys what I did this morning. I'm flying in this morning from Fort Lauderdale to Detroit. All right, we're here in Ann Arbor, Michigan, and I decided, you know what? I'm gonna put myself. I'm in it. All right, I'm gonna order myself a Michigan T-shirt, and I'm gonna wear a Michigan Wolverines T-shirt on the plane. I want something comfortable. I want something comfortable. Whatever. All right. What do you mean no integrity?
You root for the Canes. You root for the Gators. Now you root for Big Blue.
Amber, it's
whatever way the wind blows.
Amber, it's laundry. Okay, that's all it is. No one's rooting for anything. It's laundry. So I order this shirt and I'm wearing it this morning. Okay, fine. So what ends up happening is I'm in the airport, and then of course I go to my terminal, and certainly on the plane as well. All right, if one or two people are going to say, hey, you going to the game? Like, that happened. Nice lady, we're in line at the security. Hey, you going to the game? I go, yeah. She goes, I'm going to the game too. I go, great. Have a great time. She goes, you have a great time. Off on our way. Except I keep getting stopped. I keep getting stopped throughout the airport with people talking to me about going to the game. And it's not just, I don't want to talk to anyone. I want to get on the plane. I want to get from point A to point B. But it's not even just talking to people as we're passing by.
Well, they think you're a huge Michigan fan.
They think I'm a Michigan man, all right? And they keep passing by me, and they go, they don't even say anything. All they do is, it's not even conversation. They're either standing by me or they walk by me, and they give me the, go blue. And they keep saying, go blue, go blue. So what do I do?
Do you know that?
I say it back. I mean, I'm not about to get into I'm not going to give my whole backstory. Oh, listen, I'm working, ESPN radio. No, I can't do, I don't have time for all that. So I give them back a go blue. And people keep coming by, go blue. And now I'm saying go blue, like I care. Like I went to the school. Like I actually care.
Like you know anything about
going to school. They keep saying go blue to me. I got to say it back. All of a sudden, I'm this huge Michigan booster on my way to the game. It was obnoxious. It was a big mistake.
Rashad, he did that to himself.
Yeah, he put himself in harm's way right there.
I mean, what did you think was going to happen? You're flying to the game.
I never
city.
considered it. I never considered
Boy,
it.
Sazzle, you are dumb as a box of rocks.
Flying to the game city. I mean, it's not like you're randomly wearing a Michigan shirt. Like, you're wearing a Michigan shirt within 24 hours of a huge game.
Let me give you some advice. If you ever go to an archery, do not wear a bullseye shirt. You just don't do it. You might accidentally get hit, and you're going to wonder why.
You wonder why you got a fucking arrow in your chest and bleeding out.
I'm saying go blue to everyone. All of a sudden, I'm this big Michigan guy. Can't wait to get back to my school and root for the team tomorrow.
The man who went to UCF and then to the University of Florida and then somehow roots for the University of Miami is now big Michigan guy rooting for Big Blue.
It's laundry, Amber.
Coming up next, we'll continue with the college football talk right here on ESPN Radio. This is Amber and Ian on the road in Ann Arbor, Michigan at the Big House. That's where you will find Jonathan Zaslow and Rashad Jennings. They are getting a personal performance from the Michigan band, who has been practicing at the Big House this evening as we've been on air. I am Amber Wilson. I am not at the Big House because I'm growing a person, which, you know, Zaslow always wants me to explain the whole pregnancy thing.
It sounds weird.
Again, I just feel like it's self-explanatory when you're growing a person. Nevertheless, I wasn't able to travel to this one with you guys. Super FOMO.
You would love it the most. You would love it so much.
Zaslow, so jealous of this one.
You would love it so much. I don't think I know anyone who loves college football and all the pomp and circumstance that comes with it than my homegirl Amber Wilson. You would love it the most.
Yeah, I'm really sad about it. I've never been to the Big House. 107,000 people. I mean, an experience like none other. So
Coach is trying where a foul should be called on an out of bounds play.
So you get your first top 10 ranked matchup of the season. Tune in for college football action tomorrow night as Illinois hosts Kansas, presented by Dr. Pepper. Coverage begins at 6:30 p.m. Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. Let's bring in some help with the Michigan conversation. Jack Miller, former Michigan center, Michigan radio analyst, kind enough to give us some of his time. And Jack, since you played center for that team, I got to ask you, this is a team now that's had to replace 6 O-linemen. And obviously, they've had to replace a whole bunch of players because so many of them, 13 of them, got drafted to the NFL. It's a good problem to have. It means you were loaded with talent. But in terms of the O-line particularly, how difficult is it now for this O-line to come
those are two easy
ones. Top 10 matchup and need to find its chemistry immediately with so many new pieces?
Yeah, you know, I would say it's certainly difficult. The thing about offensive line is chemistry, and when you can play together, things start to work themselves out, right? You know who the next guy is across from you, and you're passing off twists, and you know you're figuring out how to deal with pressure. Things are you know pretty sustainable from there. It is tough though. There's no substitute for experience. It's an incredibly tough thing to do. It takes time. We're week one. It is something that until live bullets start playing, you don't really know how it works. And
they got 4 straight easy in Titans, Patriots, Broncos, and Vikings.
You know, match blow for blow tomorrow with Texas, or does this have to be a grinded out defensive type of game?
I would think so. I mean, that's what Michigan used to do, right? Their defense is very, very solid. They have to give the ball back to Michigan. Michigan's offense is going to have the keys to Texas's offense off the field. The defense is going to be a big part of that, obviously. So you're going to have to get pressure on viewers. You're going to have to find a way to make sure that he can't sustain drives. Put them in 3rd and long and make sure that they get, you know, behind the sticks. Because if you give viewers in that Texas offense enough chances, they're going to be able to show up. They have a lot of athletes. It's going to be really tough to do. So the idea is, you know, you're going to have to get home with 2, you know, a couple guys. And if they don't, it's going to be a long day.
It's definitely going to be a long day. Appreciate Rashad Jennings here. Question, now, this game, obviously, is the biggest game of the week. What for getting the ground game going? It's every locker room you've been in. Just like I do, playing in the NFL. For 8 years, establish the run, stop the run, establish the run, stop the run. What does Michigan it need to do to start fast and make sure that they are owning the ground attack?
Well, the offensive line is,
This
a
one
lot
was a
of
really
guys
bad video. It
really
was
haven't started, but they've played a lot of football, right? So you hope to, the identity of Michigan, you run the ball, you get it going, you get a little, forward head speed going with those guys, and it's going to be a thing where if you don't get that going, you keep giving the ball back to Texas, it might be a hard thing, right? So you have to establish a line game. There's no doubt about that.
A big one.
If they don't, it could be a long game. You got to get.
We lost him.
And we lost him. That was all right. Well, Jack Miller, former Michigan Center, Michigan radio analyst there. Again, a big one tomorrow at the Big House, which is quite literally where the guys are.
I'll give you an update here on the football game in Sao Paulo as Philadelphia just scored a touchdown. Nice wheel route there, Rashad, as Jalen Hurts found Saquon Barkley.
Let's go.
I'll tell you what, though, there's about 12 minutes left
This
in
is
the second
fucking
quarter
pathetic, bro.
for an Eagle team who I think most Eagle fans
I gotta come back. I don't like that one. That one really is annoying because I can never get open.
They're up now.
Yeah,
like it's early second quarter, and they're ahead. So if I'm an Eagle fan, I feel pretty darn good right now.
And I'm extremely ecstatic for my defense really staying stout because, listen, when you turn the ball over early, when you turn the ball over and it's in the red zone twice back to back, you're not at home, you don't have the crowd momentum, and your defense stands sturdy, that's a testament to the Eagles' defense too.
Yeah. So it's been ugly for the Eagles, but when you've got 12 and a half left still in the second quarter and Philadelphia's up a point on Green Bay, then who cares what happened there in the first quarter and how bad it looked, because maybe you survived it, maybe you overcame it, and maybe you'll get clicking now.
I'll tell you one of my biggest takeaways right now from this game, and it really goes back to last game. I think it's shocking how good both those teams looked last night. Because you're looking at these two teams right now, and I get it. They traveled to Brazil, but I don't know. Let's not overstate it, okay? They're not in Australia, all right? They weren't on a plane for 24 hours. So I think the travel situation may be a little bit overstated. They look like two teams who are playing week one, and with the way that the NFL works now, the starters don't play a whole lot in the preseason. So I don't think this has anything to do with travel. I think this has to do with its week number one, which brings me back to last night, which I think the point that I'm trying to make here is Kansas City and Baltimore, they may just be a cut above everyone else. The fact that they looked not only so good in week number one, but so good against each other.
Absolutely, and efficient with each other. So, they're true competitors. Those are the two teams that you will 100% see compete.
Okay, my dude, you're acting a little too much for me.
Was going to win the Super Bowl. Now, do we think that the Browns are going to come
acting
out?
a little
do
too
we
much
think
for
the
me.
Browns could have competed in that type of game?
It's just a running play. It's not that big of a deal. Ooh, somebody got stiff arm. What the fuck
tell
can
you
do?
what, Amber, one of the things that I thought of last night, and because Amber and I are Dolphin fans, one of the things I thought of when I'm watching the game last night, and I'm saying, all right, we know this was a thing with the Dolphins last year, that they couldn't beat teams who were over 500. They only had one win, 1-6. It was against the Cowboys. Only one win last year against teams over 500. And, does last year have anything to do with this year? No, all right. But I'm watching that game last night, and I'm saying, wow, I mean, do I actually believe that the Dolphins are on the level of these two teams that I'm watching right now? Like that was elite football in the Dolphins conference, in the AFC that we were watching last night. Do I believe that if the Dolphins played one of those teams last night, that we would have gotten that game? I don't know.
Well, here's the problem. It wasn't elite football because it's week one, right? So it wasn't as elite as it's going to end up getting, and that's a huge problem for everybody else in the AFC. But the reality is, I think that you have two teams that also knew that they were debuting for week one of the NFL season. Two teams that are on one of them on a revenge tour, but two teams coming off of a matchup in an AFC championship game, and two teams that obviously are high-profile teams And so I think because of that, maybe you get a next level notch of preparation for week 1 and maybe also of motivation for week 1 that otherwise you wouldn't have. Is that fair to say?
Nobody cares about wrestling. That shit is fake.
Chiefs and Ravens show last night, and they knew it was tough. So I also wonder if maybe they were playing a little bit harder because of it.
No doubt. And also, just to put a little bit of spice and hot sauce on that one.
He's an X Factor. Let's go.
After the interview,
Let's go. He's an X Factor.
Good luck.
He's fully maxed out now. Oh.
That Baltimore had a bullseye on them. And also, when you have Lamar Jackson saying, I thought it was a touchdown, I still do, it lets you know how much of a pressure situation it was for the Ravens playing against the Chiefs. Without a shadow of a doubt, going into the season, all athletes know. We know who the top dogs are. Matter of fact, as an athlete, I know if I'm the best player on my team, second, third. I know the pecking order. The league knows the pecking order of who's the best. And Baltimore Ravens just said loud and clear that, hey, we coming for you, and if that was your best, good luck when it matters the most. These two are think they are the best teams.
Jordan Winston's actually with
in the
the
NFL, and they're
Rams.
That's fast right there.
I'm just not sure that it is, in fact, the Ravens' best. Green Bay did just score over
Reed, that guy's
Philadelphia.
fast.
Jaden Reed is fast. That is excellent analysis there by Jonathan Zaslow. Green Bay up 12-7 right now. We'll see if they can
Someone has been on the field. What the
right
fuck?
now over the Philadelphia Eagles in Sao Paulo, Brazil. Coming up next here on Amber and Ian on the Road, we're going to go through some of the biggest games of the weekend. We'll get you ready for them, give you some of our predictions. That's next right here on ESPN Radio. Rolling along here on Amber and Ian on the Road. Jonathan Zaslow, former NFL running back Rashad Jennings. They are at the Big House.
Yo, why can't you throw something in front of my name like you do Rashad?
All right, championship.
Two-time
radio
champion broadcaster.
Yeah, Zaslow, you're such a pussy, dude. You always complain. I'm like, nigga, shut the fuck up, you whiny bitch.
Well about games is what he did. Rashad Jennings actually played in games. So, again, I'm not really – it doesn't really matter what intro I give you, Zaz.
I'm just saying he gets an intro, and it's just
None
like, I'm
of the
right here,
stars are
just throw something in front of my name.
Also, I'm Amber Wilson, so there's that. You can find Rashad Jennings at Rashad Jennings. You can find Zaslow at Zaslow Show. You can find me, Amber Wilson, at Amber W Sports. That's hitting us up on the Dr. Pepper Twitter feed. So we've got a lot of action in college football this weekend for week 2. We've got a lot of action in the NFL for week 1. We are cooking, baby. We got a full slate. Let's play some Got One.
Amber and Ian got one.
We got one! Is there a referee injured in this game?
Rub some dirt on it. Come on, man.
There's a referee
I don't know why it fucking does that to my roster. This shit really is annoying.
Eagles game, which is taking place in Brazil. I'm not sure I've ever seen a ref on the sidelines getting 10.
Yes, he's an X Factor. Let's fucking go.
It looks like it's a boo-boo on his shin, though. I don't know how tough that ref looks right now. James, hello.
Yeah, it's pretty mean to just throw that ref under the bus.
It did look like a little boo-boo on his shin, although I will say getting hit in the shin hurts like...
It does hurt. Yeah, it hurts a lot. All right, let's start with where Zaz and Rashad are at. Number 3, Texas. They are a 7-point favorite on the road against number 10, Michigan. Amber, who you got?
Golly, are we doing that? We're just who we got. We're just picking one, right? Not necessarily against the ESPN bet spread, because 7 points is a huge spread. I feel like in this game when Texas is on the road at the Big House. And by the way, Texas hasn't been in this position. This is the first time that Texas has been a road favorite against a top 10 team since 2008. It has been a long time since the Texas Longhorns got this level of respect. And I don't know if that says more about Texas, frankly, or a little bit more about Michigan. But since the AP poll still has put Michigan in a top 10, I feel like it says more about where the odds makers think Texas actually is at, that they're willing to put this line on this particular game. I hate the line, but if I'm just picking one without taking into account the spread, I am going Texas because I just think Michigan, 13 players to the NFL. Obviously, we know the changes there on the coaching staff. They've got so many things changing there in Michigan, and Texas is on a very different trajectory. I understand that it was Colorado State in week 1, but the dominance that Texas displayed, that is a good Texas Longhorns team.
Yeah, and I'm going to have to follow you up, and I believe Texas will win this game, and I think they will win it outright. I think they will win by more than 2 touchdowns, to be honest with you. The last time, this is only the second time these teams have ever faced each other in history. The first time, it was 38-37, led by Vince Young. The Texans pulled that one off with a game-winning field goal. That is the only time these teams have ever played against each other. It's kind of wild to think. But this is number 2, and I think it's going to be similarly with the same victory, but by a larger margin. I think the Texas defense is a little bit better, but the offense is definitely better. Michigan is riding on their defense right now. We saw the tune-up game. We give Fresno State a little bit of credit, but however, when you're paying somebody $1.8 million to come in and take an L, we want to see a little bit more. But who knows? Maybe they were saving the playbook for this. Maybe they were prepping for this, and we could see. But I think Michigan's setting in a good spot to be competitive with their offensive. With their tight end and the crowd. But however, Texas wins this one.
Zaslow, speak up.
No, I'm not. I already told you this. All right, were you not listening? I'm not picking the game until tomorrow at the end of college tailgate. Everybody knows at the end of college tailgate, I make my pick for the game that we're at. I'm not doing it tonight.
Well, first of all, I can't be at the end. You're going to pick it at 1 p.m. Eastern at the end?
No,
This game will have already kicked off.
I'll figure it out, okay? It's not rocket science.
Move. That's a pro move, though.
All right, everyone tune in from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Somewhere within those hours. Stay tuned in the whole time. Somewhere within those hours right here on ESPN Radio, Zaslow will reveal his pick in Lee Corso style fashion. Last week,
the Jaguars at the Dolphins. Dolphins are 3.5-point favorites at home. Zaz, who you got?
Okay, well, first of all, who are they playing?
The Jaguars.
Dolphins? Not the Jaguars. I mean, the Jaguars?
The Jaguars, yeah. That's
okay, the Jaguars.
The Jaguars.
Okay,
yeah.
All right. Dolphins and Jaguars. Yeah, I got the Dolphins. What are we doing here? I think the Dolphins are going to look fantastic on Sunday. I think the Dolphins, the Jaguar offense, I don't think it's going to be able to keep up with the Dolphins. I love the Dolphins in this spot, Rashad.
The Dolphins seem to have a little bit more of an advanced scheme schematically. I think they also have a little bit more firepower with their weapons. However, I do like the Jaguars. Wars. It's going to be a tight game. I'm hoping.
Rashad's repping Duval.
I'm hoping Duval takes this one. I really am. I don't want to go against him. It's week 1. There's a lot on the line. However, we do know that when the Dolphins get a lot of pressure in their face, they sometimes don't know where to go with football.
No. This isn't a lot of pressure in their face, though. This is the Jaguars.
Taysom is an X Factor. Simmons is an X Factor. Adebo, Olave is an X Factor. Oh my God. And Derrick Henry. Let's go.
The Texans are 3-point favorites on the road at the Colts. Rashad, who you got?
Texans. I'm riding with them. Not by a large margin, because I do think Anthony Richardson is going to be an excellent quarterback. If you're a fantasy owner, if you have him, I really think he's going to be top 3. However, C.J. Stroud, what they have going on in Texas with all of the weapons, their defense, Ryans is their head coach. I love him. I love what he's doing. They're running it down there in Texas. I see them playing in the postseason at a high level. So 100% I'm going with the Texans.
Amber, I like the Colts. You and I, we both like Anthony Richardson, obviously. I'm excited to see what that Colts offense with Anthony Richardson looks like when he has Jonathan Taylor in the backfield. They never played together, all right? Taylor missed the first few games last season. Anthony Richardson got hurt in game number 4. I like the Colts.
I like the Colts overall. I think that if Anthony Richardson, if AR can stay healthy, it's a big if, then this Indianapolis team could be much better than people think, and I think it's a well-coached team as well. That being said, in this particular matchup out of the gate, with as little starting experience as Anthony Richardson has overall, entire collegiate experience combined with the NFL, I think I'll still give the nod in this matchup to the Texans because it's week 1.
Real quick, Cowboys at Browns. Browns are 2.5-point favorites. Amber, who you got? Real quick.
I'll take Cowboys. surprised the Browns are favored by 2.5.
I like the Cowboys as well. I think it's the start to an MVP campaign for Dak Prescott.
Browns win this one. Browns win this one by 2 touchdowns.
Whoa!
Buddy.
Wow.
2 touchdowns, going with that dominant defense there in Cleveland.
Wow.
Coming up next here on Amber and Ian on the Road, we're going to talk to the second Heisman Trophy winner that we're speaking to tonight. Ricky Williams joins the show next. First top 10 matchup of the season. Texas, of course, at Michigan. Noon tomorrow. That's where Zaslow and Rashad Jennings are. Amber and Ian on the Road is presented to you by Progressive Insurance. You can find Zaslow at Zaslow Show. You can find Rashad at Rashad Jennings. You can find me, Amber Wilson, at Amber W Sports. So those guys are in the big house live right now. We're getting you ready for a monster matchup. Let's bring in some help with the Texas conversation. Ricky Williams, former Longhorns, and in my opinion, and
former Dolphin. Come on, Amber.
More importantly, Dolphins running back. That's the more important element here. But
yes.
Right, fine. He also won that Heisman Trophy in 1998. So we're going to talk to him about the Texas Longhorns. But Ricky, before I even get into this matchup or your Longhorns, I'm so curious because you've always been very vocal about your personal journey during your playing days. I'm very curious how Ricky Williams looks at the state of college football today in 2024, where these student athletes have a lot more freedom than you did in terms of being able to transfer a bunch and making a bunch of money in NIL. Do you think that would have been easier for you, or do you think that would have been harder for you if you were starting out your career at Texas now?
It depends on the coach. I think when I was in school, I had John Makovic for 3 years, and I had Coach Mac Brown for a year, and they were both very good about establishing culture and the importance of football and what we were doing. So I think I would have been fine. An interesting answer to that question is I'm not sure I would have gone to the NFL if that were the case. Because what we're seeing now is essentially the college athletes are professional athletes. And you see a lot of opportunities for players who are great program players, might be great collegiate players, but can't quite make it to the next level. They have the ability to make some money and get themselves started in whatever direction they want to go in life.
Ricky, so tomorrow, Texas and Michigan, I believe, have only played each other one other time in the Rose Bowl about 20 years ago. So when you see your alma mater, Texas, is at the Big House tomorrow against Michigan, what kind of feelings does that bring for you? I mean, it feels like a special kind of game, right?
Yeah, it's special for a bunch of reasons. But if I'm being honest, the first feeling it brings up is disappointment that we didn't get to play Michigan last year. But after I get over that, which is pretty quick, it's exciting. I mean, this is a wonderful year for Texas. We're in the SEC. We're going to have a more competitive schedule. We get to play Michigan up at the Big House. So we've been talking for a decade at least, almost 2, about Texas being back. And I think we're having opportunities to show that we are, and this weekend is going to be another big one.
Ricky Williams, Rashad Jennings here, a fellow running back in the NFL as well, man. Just want to date you back for a second if I can. I'm a fan of you. I was a fan of you. I watched you when I actually was a youngin'. You played against my brother in the 62nd Annual Sugar Bowl, December of 1995. You played against Virginia Tech. I was a little kid in the stands watching my brother Brian.
Wow, that's I just want to hear that again.
My brother, man. But I remember
he's like, white people need to understand.
Destroyed all of college football. I was like, yo, this is the kind of running back I want to emulate. This guy is special. I always watch your tape. So just want to say, man, you got a fan. Now, just dating back to college, though, again, kind of going along the line with the questions. What is it going to take for Texas, going back to your college days, what is it going to take for them now being at Georgia is such a powerhouse? And now that Texas is in the SEC, what is that going to take them to actually not only compete but have an opportunity to win the championship?
Receive incur high routes and see primary wide receiver routes via coaching camp, which is this button right here.
Since Coach Brown left, Texas has really struggled. We'd have a great game, we'd upset someone, and then we'd go down into the cellar, and we wouldn't be able to keep it going. What I've seen under Sark is a progressive improvement. And if we keep on that track, almost making it to the national championship last year, if they keep doing what they've been doing, they're going to be fine.
Ricky Williams, former Longhorns and Heisman Trophy winning running back, joining us here on Amber and Ian on the road. Ricky, obviously Rashad just mentioned there you have played in monster games, frankly, at both levels, but you played in monster games in your collegiate career. This Texas team is about to play in front of over 100,000 people tomorrow at noon in its matchup against Michigan. Did crowd size matter to you when you were playing, or is it like all the same once you get past 50,000 people?
Well, typically there's not a disconnect between the competition and the crowd size. So usually when there's a big crowd, it's because it's a very competitive game, and so it adds to the opportunity.
It's preseason, right? So it doesn't matter.
Because if you're playing in front of a big crowd, like the biggest crowd I think I played against Nebraska my senior year. And Nebraska was really good back then. So it just helps you get up for the game, and you're at the big house or on a big stage.
Well, Nova, Gunslinger, and
now, Ricky,
Bulldozer.
This is a college tailgate campus tour that our show is doing all season long. Last week we were in Gainesville for Hurricanes at Florida Gators. Today, tomorrow we're here for Michigan hosting Texas. We are at Texas later on this season. So we're going to be in Austin for, let me see the game, for the Georgia-Texas game, all right, for late October.
Right.
So two things, Ricky. What is in store for us when we go to your old home stadium? What can we expect there? And what was your favorite road stadium to play out when you were in school?
So I already mentioned in Nebraska. We came into Nebraska, we walked out onto the field, and it was literally a sea of red. I mean, they were everywhere. There's one point in the game where we were backed up against our own end zone, and they were so loud.
This player's going to play the entire game.
We beat them, and as we were
walking
off the field, they gave us a standing ovation. Never experienced anything like that.
Ricky, real quick, everybody would love to know this question. Heisman Trophy winner or Super Bowl champ? If you had to pick one, which one would you go with first?
Ooh, that's tough, and I'm a little bit biased. I got a Heisman, and I got close to a Super Bowl my last year with Ravens. We lost in the AFC Championship game, a last-second missed field goal. I don't know if I can answer that. I do things now where I do memorabilia signings, and I'm there signing my Heisman inscriptions and my other inscriptions, and I see all the Super Bowl champions signing their Super Bowl inscriptions. It's tough to say, but to answer it, I'd take both.
Both would be a sweet deal. Both those lines might even be longer for Heisman Trophy winners, frankly, with just the amount of fanfare reports that there is in college football. Ricky Williams, former Longhorn great, former Dolphin great as well, and 1998 Heisman Trophy winner. Thanks, Ricky. We appreciate your
Thanks,
time.
Ricky.
Couple Dolphins fans, if you couldn't.
Yes.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
We are rolling along here, watching also the live action in the NFL, because the Packers up right now on the Philadelphia Eagles 19-14. So Green Bay scored again while we were having that conversation with Ricky Williams. And Rashad, the Eagles secondary, leaving something to be desired right now.
Yeah, Rashad, the Eagles secondary, I don't know if you heard that. Amber was saying the Eagles secondary, while we're talking to Ricky, I don't know if you saw, but while we're talking to Ricky, another touchdown, second of the game from Jaden Reed, who I already told you the first time we compared it. Philadelphia has the ball back now, but the Eagles secondary is leaving a lot of things.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, McLean, you're going on the practice squad.
Opening up the playbook a little bit more. I think everybody settled down, got acclimated to the atmosphere, because, boy, starting off, both
6-0 after the first.
You're going on the fucking practice squad, because that was
ugly 6-0.
That was one of the worst throws ever. That was literally, I literally pressed the high ball at Mechanic for you to actually get it to the wide receiver.
But you can see that Love is calmed down, and he's finding his targets. And, there's still a few drop balls, but he's on point. Like, he's been poised. He's finished his last season poised. He was a go-to, count-on guy for Green Bay, of putting the ball in the right spots and protecting it. He's doing that right now. So, Green Bay looks like it's going to be a tough team in that division.
And yet, the score is only 19-14. Like, Green Bay has looked better in this game. Right. I mean, in my opinion, significantly better in this game than Philadelphia has looked. And yet, it's not like Green Bay is completely dominating this thing. And
well,
Philadelphia,
look, Philadelphia, it's a 2-minute warning now. Philadelphia's in plus territory. If they can get a touchdown here before the end of the half, you're feeling a lot better about it.
Right. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And like Rashad said, I mean, you have Jalen Hurts coughing up the football a couple times there in the first quarter.
If the Tiger Cats lose, they're pretty much eliminated from playoff contention.
The way that these two teams have been playing, though, overall, is what I expected last night to look like and what I expect a lot of the games to look like, Rashad, this weekend. Because I guess I just anticipate week one, it's going to be sloppy football while everyone's sort of getting used to things.
Yeah, and what we're seeing, if you will, is tiers of valued play. You know, when you take the Kansas City Chiefs going against the Ravens, and you watch how they're high octane going at it, versus that was week one, granted, and that's why I likely said this is the worst football you will see us play. But then when you watch Green Bay, and you watch them taking on, excuse me, you watch them taking on Philly. You see a different tier of excellence. They got a lot of good players, a lot of good coaching staff, a lot of good things happening, but it's just a different tier of play, and I think that's what separates these guys in the league.
It's an interesting spot here, Amber, because it's 4th and 3 at the timeout here. It's 4th and 3. They could attempt a 51-yard field goal here. Eagles are down 19-14, but then the Packers have a ton of time left before the end of the half to get those 3 points back. I think the Eagles go for it here. I think you try and pick up the first down. You try and drain that clock. If you have to take a field goal with seconds remaining, fine, because Philadelphia gets the ball to start the third quarter. You want to get that double score. You want to have the ball last in the second quarter, get the ball first in the third quarter. You give up that opportunity, essentially, here if you kick the 51-yard field goal. I think they go for 4th and 3 here.
Well, we will keep you updated on whatever happens here moving forward in the live action in this game. Also coming up next here on Amber and Ian on the Road with Jonathan Zaslow, Amber Wilson, and Rashad Jennings. We are going to give you some big Monster Energy players that you need to watch in our top 10 ranked matchup this weekend in college football. Still keeping an eye on the live action in the NFL on our television sets between the Green Bay Packers, the Philadelphia Eagles. Packers still up right now, 19-14, under 50 seconds left in the second quarter. They went for it on the 4th down, and they converted. A nice throw there from Jalen Hurts. Have you guys noticed anything about the crowd? I mean, obviously,
Switching to left and second at 3 on each side.
Crowd. I mean, obviously it's packed, but it looks like a pretty excitable crowd.
Yeah, are they into it? Because that's the whole thing with this, I think, Rashad, is it's like, why are we playing a game in Brazil? And I know the players weren't thrilled about it, but Rashad, I think it's because the NFL is trying to grow its brand all around the world, right? Like, you're already the most dominant sport here. So where do you go from there? Well, you have to go to other markets that you might not be as dominant in.
Absolutely, and it playing over, playing out of the country is fun, but it's.
Did you play any games out of the country?
Yeah, we went to London, and it's odd. It's very odd to play in a stadium that the crowd truly does not fully, as a unit, understand the game. You'll hear a lot of cheers at random spots, or it'd be 4th down and 1, and nobody's like clapping, or at kickoff we would get booed when people would kick the ball off and nobody did anything. We would get booed. What is going on?
Like if it was a touchback?
Yeah, we would get booed. So they're used to a different style of football, and so I appreciate it so much more of the fans of the NFL that understood the game.
Those people take that shit way too fucking serious for my liking. I'm like, my dude, it is not that serious.
You really got to focus in a lot more when you play out of the country.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense that the crowd wouldn't be nearly as well versed in how to react to everything that you guys are doing out there. So
how dare you not take the ball 8 yards out of the end zone?
Right. Well, and listen, that's what used to happen all the time. I mean, the whole reason we have the new kickoff rule in the NFL is to try to prohibit that,
how
right?
Dare you not run
play was a touchback.
How dare you not run past that wedge?
That is so funny that's happening. But it makes a lot of sense. So I'm sure, like you said, that it's an interesting experience.
Yeah, I just didn't like that name.
But definitely adds an entirely different element to things. So we'll keep you updated on the live action happening before us in the NFL. But of course, we've also got college football. because that's what we're about here on Amber and Ian on the road. And more importantly, that's what we're about tomorrow right here on ESPN Radio on Tailgate, starting at 10 a.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. You will hear Jonathan Zaslow. You will hear former NFL running back Rashad Jennings there once again. They will get you ready for the entire slate of college football. They are live from the Big House in Ann Arbor, Michigan. Texas is in town for a top 10 ranked matchup between those two teams. Third-ranked Texas against 10th-ranked Michigan. So a monster one there in the Big House. They will be there for it all. Speaking of monster, we've got to give you some big Monster Energy players to watch.
Who will step up big this weekend in college football?
I feel like something crazy about to happen out here. Watching downfield. Oh, the way to the end zone.
This is Big Monster Energy.
Ready to take it to the next level? Unleash the beast this college tailgate season with Monster Energy. Tear into a can of the meanest energy drink on the planet. Monster Energy, unleash the beast. Rashad Jennings was playing Monster Pong when we were...
Oh, yeah, that's
right.
Yeah, so what was in those... it's just, are they... They're just
beer
chugging...
pong, but with it looked like it had Monster in the cups instead of beer pong.
But how much energy do you need? I mean...
All the Rashad, you tell us. Were you actually participating? Were you playing by the rules? I heard that was your first time ever participating in Pong.
Yeah, there was. And I had water in mine. So we had water pong going on.
Yeah, you're
on
like
my
a
side
super
of...
clean
Thank you,
guy,
David.
right?
Yeah, super duper clean,
So you've never
man.
played beer pong in your life, huh?
Well,
Nah.
that's why he got to where he got. That's why I got to where I got.
Well, I guess you're both sitting in the same place now.
Yeah,
true. That's
So it
true.
depends how you
Sure
look at it.
who that's worse for. But yes, that's true.
I don't know. I don't know who that's more of an insult for, frankly. But nevertheless, Monster Pong is a very serious game that they had at the tailgates there in Gainesville, Florida. We have to find out, though, who are our monster players to watch. I would nominate Zaslow. Several players. I would nominate that Michigan O-line that needs to gel after losing 6 players on that line alone. And really, this game, I think, is going to come down to the trenches, where you're going to look at the O-lines and you're going to look at the D-lines, because that seems to be the bread and butter of this matchup. We know when Ewers for Texas is going to do his thing, but what is it going to look like in front of him? And Michigan defense.
Guess what? We by Cowboys, Panthers, Niners, Cardinals, Bills, Patriots, Packers, Jets, Seahawks, Falcons, Bucks, Panthers.
On Texas side, I'm really interested. I'm always looking at the
Jets,
running backs.
Seahawks.
You got a guy in Jaden Blue, averaged 5.2 yards a carry. Against
Jets,
Colorado
Seahawks,
State,
Falcons, Bucks,
I
Bucks,
think
Dolphins,
he needs a
Panthers,
monster game.
Rams, and at the
Absolutely.
Jaguars.
And then
And
you look
I'm home against the Jaguars.
defense side of the ball. I think the tight end. I think Colston Loveland
big boy.
Yeah, he a lot is going to run through him this entire season. So I'll be anxious to see what kind of game he has. And with that, it goes to the quarterback. How is Warren going to do? How is he going to get him the football? Is he going to be consistent? Is he going to have enough pressure on him for the defensive side to slow him down? I think quarterback on Warren along with Loveland. And then with the Texans, I'm really concerned about their run game because it's still up for question. It's still a question mark on some of their running backs, and it's going to come down to those guys.
Again, I'm not giving my pick for the game right now. Everybody knows that I do that tomorrow before the game starts on College Tailgate with me and Rashad Jennings. But I will tell you, I think it's a low-scoring game. I think this is a game that is going to I know it's a very cliche thing to say that the game is played in the trenches, but you look at this Michigan are big boys on that D line, and specifically Mason Graham. This guy's a projected top 10 overall pick. They have a couple of projected top 10 overall picks on the defense. You then include cornerback Will Johnson. But I look at that defensive line, specifically Graham, Grant. I expect those guys to have big games. Those are guys to watch for tomorrow, big Monster Energy players.
Those are big Monster Energy players. I question whether you're going to see Davis Warren be a big Monster Energy player. That's really the question for me also with Michigan is the passing game going to actually be a threat? Warren made his first career start last weekend, 15 for 25, 118 yards.
And they mixed in the other quarterback to run the ball, too, with Davis.
Well, and then that's the thing, because there was a quarterback battle leading up to the season. So, yeah, now you're mixing in Orji because he's got the legs, because he can run. He put up some rushing yards last week against Fresno State. So what does that mean for that quarterback position? And this isn't a team that's been incredibly reliant in the past on the pass. It's not like it's always had this high-flying offense. But at the same time, you have to get some passing yards on your quarterback. It's got to look a little bit better than it did against Fresno State.
It's all happening tomorrow, Amber.
It's
all happening.
It is all happening tomorrow in the Big House, which is where they are. So tune in on your radios tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern, for Tailgate. We've got NFL Monday Night Football tonight between the Jets and the 49ers, 8:15 p.m. kickoff. We are gearing up for that one. We will, of course, keep you updated when that thing gets going. No Christian McCaffrey tonight, as you just heard on the Sports Center update. We'll be updating his status if and when we get it.
How are you a 90 overall but you're an X Factor?
That I know was alluded to in an Achilles. It's the same hangover injury that we've been hearing about. Jason Kelsey is on your television sets in a shirt that is too small around his chest area, and Jonathan Zaslow is here, filling in for Ian tonight on Amber.
My shirt fits just right, Amber. Take a good look at this shirt. This is a nice-looking shirt I got on me. Come on now.
So you know what happened with Jason Kelsey. Apparently Kelsey, his first night on Monday Night NFL Countdown, he forgets his clothes in his truck when I guess he gets on the PJ to fly to San Francisco.
Okay, that guy's not a star, Dev.
So
That's cool.
He shows up with no clothes. So he has to go to the local mall in San Francisco, buy a button-down, and this button-down, it fits,
Let's do option attack.
most of him.
But that button's hanging off for dear life, Amber.
But that button on the top, it is, that is not a normal sized chest for most men. So Jason Kelsey, it is hanging on by dear life. Can you imagine your first day on the job and you forget your clothes?
Oh my! I was thinking about that over the weekend too when I was actually on my way to the airport doing college tailgate this weekend in Ann Arbor, and I thought for a moment that like I forgot my luggage, and like this fear washed over my body where it's like I don't have enough time to go back, so I better have it. You know, I had it. I'm
glad that you had it. Jason Kelsey did not. So. Anyways, he is on our television sets. He right now is fully clothed. We'll see if the shirt breaks down the front at some point with those buttons hanging on for dear life. But we are getting you ready for Monday Night Football here on Amber and Ian. Be a part of Amber and Ian Nation on the Dr. Pepper call-in line. Call us 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. ESPN Nation is presented by Dr. Pepper. It ain't college football season without the delicious taste of an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. College football, it's a pepper thing, and it is, in fact, college football season. As Zaslow just alluded to, he was in Ann Arbor, Michigan, watching the Wolverines get the butts whooped by Texas. We will get into that game on tonight's show. We'll get into the Notre Dame loss. We'll get into...
I mean, Bryce Harper's overrated. That's why I don't understand why they gave him that 9-year contract knowing damn well he hasn't done shit.
You're listening to DraftKings Network.
I don't know why I was listening to God Bless Football. I don't even care
to
about that.
DraftKings Network.
Now's a good time to remember
And
where the
then
story of
listen to
tequila started.
Monday's
In
episode of
1795,
Amber
the
and
first
Ian.
tequila distillery was opened by the Cuervo family. And 229 years later, Cuervo is still going strong. Family owned from the start. Same family, same land. Now's a good time to enjoy Cuervo, the tequila that invented tequila. Go to Cuervo.com to shop tequila or visit a store near you. Cuervo, now's a good time. Trademarks owned by Becle. SAB The CD. Copyright 2024. Proximo. Jersey City, New Jersey. Please drink responsibly.
Shadow Show. 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 Shadowing it.
Chris, did you hear any of Billy's broadcast for FIU football Pause Up?
I heard about 30 seconds of it, and it was glorious.
Thank you.
Wow. What was in the 30 seconds? What did you like?
Well, actually, it was about a minute and a half where I didn't hear Billy, and I was like, did he lie to us? Did he not make it back from Kansas City? It was two people going back and forth.
How many people were on the broadcast, Billy? Was it hard to get your voice in?
A three-man booth. Three-man booth.
Three-man weave?
But it was a different three-man booth than last year's three-man booth, so we were all kind of trying to feel each other out. Jackson McDonald was there. It was his first game, so I was also trying to be somewhat considerate and not, make it a miserable experience for him calling his first game.
Well, how do you manage...
But that ends next time. Sorry.
How do you manage trying to not disrespect that they're trying to be respectful about football? I was just talking to Stugatz here in how Kansas City was. And Trey and Mike Golick go into football stuff, and Stugatz wants to talk to Trey about how hard it is to find the hairdryer in hotels. And so it's a bit of a balance. You're going there to be a court jester. They want your tomfoolery, but if they don't know you very well and they're respecting football too much, they might not like it.
Well, that's like that's the line that I have to toe, as they say. I will say this, and you probably won't believe this. I do a decent amount of prep headed into these games. Like, I watched the coaches' meetings for the week. I had notes on the different teams. Like, I had a whole page full of things that we were going to go through. I have highlighted things in books. I have all kinds of Word documents. I had the media guides and the game notes, and I had different things. Like, I can tell you, Central Mission Chippewas, 123rd season they're starting this year.
I think you could say it better than that.
Central
probably.
Michigan Chippewas. Well, I'm on to the next game. I don't even care about them anymore.
Right, that was
Losers.
last week. Yeah.
But
and by the way, and you're not asking this, we had to share like a booth, and there was a partition, and the announcers, the radio broadcasters for the other school were on the other side, and I didn't bring this up on air, and I wanted to, and I didn't bring it up on the air. They were talking during the FIU alma mater, and one of them went to tell the other one, you know what, like, we should pipe down here. The alma mater is playing. And he said, I don't care. And I was like, what did I hear across this partition? And then he went on to say something along the lines of, I'm ready to fight. I didn't fight anyone this week. And I'm like, this is a ridiculous conversation to have. And I probably shouldn't fight an opposing, broadcaster across this partition. But if I needed to show my Panther pride, I was ready. And I will tell you that right now. Because you don't come into Pitbull's house and do that.
After about 90 seconds of not hearing Billy, he finally chimes in with, hey guys, I have a suggestion for what we should call Pitbull Stadium. And anytime Billy has a suggestion, I like where this is headed.
Well, I got in trouble earlier because I said a word I wasn't supposed to, apparently. We didn't go over the words that I can and can't say, okay? And when you name a stadium after Pitbull, and then you start saying, guess which Pitbull song is going to be our Don't Back Down, I'm going to guess a word. And if I'm not supposed to say that word, you should have prepped me on that. Anywho.
He said that it should be called the Colosseum.
Culo means asshole in Spanish.
No, just ass.
Well, no, we've had this disagreement before. Yeah. Culo and culito are like a baby's ass. You guys are saying it.
Culo is ass, culito is asshole.
Right.
The ass on an adult.
And Billy's saying it's just the ass.
Right.
It applies to both.
You can't say ass on TV. What the fuck? They're trying to cancel people. That's fucking ridiculous.
But so they said you couldn't say that word?
They didn't say I couldn't say it, and I said it.
Well, that doesn't seem like a word. Why was that your idea? Because you're calling it
because that's a good name.
Ass Stadium.
Colosseum is awesome. We got to make this happen.
You can't make it Ass Stadium, Billy.
Why not?
What do you mean? You think
people love asses?
Pitbull would love it called the Colosseum.
Yeah.
He's the only one.
No, I would love it too. At least two of us.
This is the Dan Levator Show with the Stugatz Podcast.
Come on.
Today's episode is sponsored by DraftKings. Stay tuned because you'll hear more about DraftKings and all it has to offer throughout the show. DraftKings, the crown is yours.
I know that everyone in here, Stugotz, is bouncing like popcorn because football is back and they're happy that they got their football. And the football was okay. It was okay. I could do without that Steelers game for the rest of my life. I could do, without the Carolina Panthers. If they want to secede from the NFL, that's fine. They can go somewhere else. Denver's been playing a form of that game for 5 years. Bo Nix thrown 42 passes, all of them 2 yards. Get out of here. I don't want to watch you all season. But, when you get my attention, what do you mean the season hasn't even started yet and the guy's arrested outside the stadium? Like, you got my attention, NFL. It's 3 hours early. I was waiting for 3 hours from now. I'm gonna watch some football. And here's the thing about innocent until proven guilty, because I don't know what happened there. We'll talk to Jeff Darlington and we'll figure out, we'll get some details. But here's the funny thing about innocent until proven guilty in this one situation. If I told you 3 hours before the game, hey, who's gonna get arrested? Any of you guessing Waddle?
Nope.
Like, if you had to guess and be right, not just with the Dolphins, in the league, like, one guy's going to get arrested 3 hours before the game. And again, I'm going to remind you that we don't know the details. And I actually think the more dangerous thing in that situation is short cop on motorcycle. Like, that to me sets off flares. Like, if the police officer is someone I can see when he pulls me over, I'm more scared than if he's someone whose face I cannot see because he's standing. Because that guy, guy with a gun, that's got administrative leave written all over it.
Shut up.
Really?
Because if white folks were ones being enslaved, which there were people who were white who were enslaved, but they were mainly classified as Eastern European, so they wasn't classified as full white. But they were white and Caucasian people who were also enslaved, just like Hispanics, Asians, Jewish, Irish, Haitian, African American, and Africans.
Now, Tyreek Hill, I will say, if there were a guy 3 hours before a game that I was profiling, and I'm looking for expensive car and I'm profiling drug dealer, I'm outside a stadium. Most of these guys are going to be athletes. Who's the one that's going to look smaller than the rest? Like, Calais Campbell's going into the stadium. I know that's a football player.
That guy's playing football today.
Tyreek Hill, I'm not. Looks a little small.
Calais Campbell's driving to the stadium in a big truck.
The really nice car Tyreek had.
Yeah, but to Dan's point, you have no question when you see Calais Campbell that he is indeed a Dolphin and he's playing football in a couple of hours.
That's right. He was also detained.
Yes, he was.
For a good teammate, being a good teammate.
And I don't think it's necessary, and this video here is damning, boy. Tyreek Hill on his face, on the ground, chest on the ground. They hit him some, correct, Roy?
Yes. He was complying. He was cuffed. He was standing, and then they hit him.
And was there anything put in his back? Because this is scary, Stugotz. Like this is a scary situation if you see everything that's happening in America, and now you've got your arms locked behind your back, and you don't even think that a crowd of people can save you, because there was a crowd around George Floyd. And I know that's taking it out excessive, but when you've got your hands behind your back and you cannot do anything, and there's the physical force of people whose motives you don't know about, all of that is probably scarier to Tyreek than anything he faced during the football game later when he had 130 yards. And it's the first time I get to cover the resilience of a home opener. The team bounces back from an arrest. Tyreek Hill, evidently it was speeding. He can't go anywhere slow. So he's speeding outside of the stadium is where this started. And then we'll talk to Jeff Darlington here in a little bit about being the Scheffler, about how he got Schefflered, and now Darlington is the Scheffler reporter.
When an athlete gets arrested, Jeff Darlington will be there. I mean,
that seems to be what's happening. Yes, that seems to be how that's going.
Crazy.
I want to throw it out to the room. What from the football weekend, college and pro, was more interesting than a player being arrested from before the game?
That the Falcons, for me at least, the Falcons thought whatever they trotted out there yesterday was better than what Bill Belichick would have done.
The Kendrick Lamar announcement that he's doing halftime at the Super Bowl in New Orleans.
There was a lot going on. There was a lot going on ESPN on Sunday. Just breaking news, big things happening.
Yeah, for me, it was about how good ESPN covered week 1 of the NFL season. They made some changes to NFL Countdown, and I thought they had a really strong show. It felt like some of the news was a little coordinated to get you hyped up, but then things started happening, and on top of that, they had really good produced pieces. Alex Smith had one in particular, and so my most interesting thing that happened before the games kicked off was Drew Bledsoe totally flaming Tony Romo for no apparent reason.
Parcells made the decision to yank me at halftime of a game and throw Romo in there. Really didn't agree with that one. If you're watching this, Romo, you know this is true. The minute that he became the starter, he became pretty big in his own mind. And he was no longer the curious and inquisitive guy. Where that was the difference between him and Tommy. Tommy became the starter. He still was asking all the questions where all of a sudden Romo was the guy that had all the answers.
Totally unnecessary.
Just took him out. You're not used to that with Bledsoe.
Volunteered it. He was being asked about mentoring Tom Brady, and he was like, well, let me tell you about a bad experience I had. And if he's watching, you know exactly what you did. ESPN had a very strong day. I will say Greeny really shined in that role, really polished host, and he fits with their NFL coverage. Schefter had an all-timer. Hey, by the way, Dak Prescott, biggest contract in the history of the sport. Jamar Chase, maybe he plays, maybe he doesn't. Oh, Russell Wilson's inactive, but he's going to be in full uniform. Just news after news after news. And then the Rosenhaus interview. It was a super strong day for ESPN.
Let me, before I get to Billy and Chris here, this was my single favorite part of all of the nonsense around Tyreek Hill. It wasn't just Drew Rosenhaus soaring back into my life. I love Drew for a lot of different reasons. One of them is that on PTI, they once asked him 15 years ago as part of 5 Good Minutes in an interview question, do you have a soul? And he answered it totally seriously, but I just love that they asked the question. Drew Rosenhaus wasn't merely back in our life because he's advocate and spokesman for Tyreek Hill and said purposefully, I'm not here to make any allegations. So he's not going to escalate the situation.
Right.
But my favorite part of all of it is Drew Rosenhaus. Everyone's got a ton of questions. Hey, it's a curious thing. A star wide receiver arrested. Wait, right near the stadium? How can not everyone know that they're wearing his jerseys over there? Like,
I'm literally pressing the button.
We saw it by the car. Like, everyone knows who that is. This is my favorite part. Drew Rosenhaus, we've got 1,000 questions for you. You know, civil rights, human decency, racism. He comes out, first of all, Tyreek's going to play. Your fantasy team's fine?
Yeah.
All you actually care about here is in 3 hours, is my bet safe and is Tyreek going to play because I need 100+ yards from him tonight. So right from the bat, Drew comes out and is like, whatever you may be asking yourself, don't worry, he's going to play.
Yeah.
They tell you with opening speeches, make the crowd comfortable with your first things that you say if you want people on your side. Don't know where this is going to escalate to from here, but Tyreek's going to get you $130.
Comforted me. I mean,
comforted everybody.
Yeah. But then he gave us helpful insight. Like, Tyreek is often telling me how much he loves and respects the cops. Mm-hmm. And he was apparently, according to Drew Rosenhaus, in that moment, I don't know why he got such a hostile reaction, because he was telling the cops, I want to be you when I grow up.
Yeah. He told the cop, he doubled down on that, too. That wasn't just a Drew. They came up with that together. Because I don't believe that. But I find it hard to believe that Tyreek Hill's going to retire from football and become a police officer. But Drew Rosenhaus put that out there on his ESPN interview. And then the post-game press conference, Tyreek doubled down and he said, you know what? I want to be a police officer. I have a trooper hat.
Huh. He'd be a great one. I mean,
Tyreek gave a great post-game interview from the field. It's just all absurd, and everybody's eyes were locked in on him as soon as he scored, wanting to see the celebration, because you knew he'd absolutely do something that'd be held against him if this ever went to court.
The celebration was great.
Can we laugh at that?
Was that on television though, or was it
they
just
cut away? And you had to monitor socials to see it. It felt like the television broadcaster made a decision to kind of cut away as soon as he made it to the end zone, which I don't know why. Maybe they anticipated that, but you gotta kind of get that shot if you're the producers.
It's such a good celebration, and I will continue to go around the room asking you what was more interesting from the football weekend than this, but let's hear Drew Rosenhaus say himself how it is that Tyreek Hill wants to be a cop.
The most important thing is Tyreek is okay. Physically, mentally, he was very distraught about what happened. Tyreek has told me over and over he's a big supporter of police. He was telling the police there, I want to be a police officer in the future. This is crazy. I've never seen anything like this.
Get the f*** out of here. He tells me all the time. It's just a regular thing he tells them.
What
do you want to do next, Tyreek? I want to be a police officer.
Well, I thought he said he wanted to be a porn star. I thought that's something that he has also said.
That's more believable.
Would have been a strange thing to say to the cops.
Well, you could be a police officer in porn, right?
That is
I've seen
correct.
that several times.
That is correct.
But that's a terrible line to say to a cop when you're getting arrested, right?
Well, I don't think he said it, is what Billy's point is.
But, you know, you're in Rome, Dan. You got to tell the cop, I want to be a cop. You don't tell him you want to be a porn star, you know?
I don't know what was actually said there. Perhaps Jeff Darlington. I don't think any of it was said in Rome.
What in Rome?
None of it was said in Rome.
Definitely Miami Gardens.
Went on university. I mean,
yeah.
Where were all these cops during Copa America? We could have used them. And I will say, they've got this new fire lane around the stadium that blocks off a lane. Very tricky.
Stugotz, do you realize how absurd it is that the Miami Dolphins season started? Now, keep in mind, Roy lives right near there. I grew up right near there. We're not very far from what this area is. It is not I'm guessing there are not often arrests of any kind made on what passes for a highway in front of that stadium. Like, that's not a place where people are regularly getting arrested.
No.
The idea that you're 3 hours before a game and somebody in the most expensive car you've ever seen, it's 3 hours before. You know what you're... There is nothing else there except a Walgreens and football on Sundays. Like, they'll put Grand Prix there, but it's not... It's by itself. This is not a dangerous area. There is nobody wandering around who's going to be harmed by Tyreek Hill.
Dan, we've built it out. There's a Sonic now. Oh, yeah. And a Walmart. Well,
it's right there.
There's that strip mall and nothing else over there. It was supposed to be a carnival. It was supposed to be... Wayne Huizenga was going to build the new Disney World over there. It was going to be a huge amusement park. They didn't build anything there. There's nothing there. And this particular street, the only person who's going to be driving through there 3 hours early in an expensive car, it's not going to be a tailgater driving by themselves, is going to be a football player. You are motorcycle cops paid to protect that area, to know something about what your surroundings are. Arresting this particular person and then getting physical with him in Miami, where only in Dade is there for you because everyone's going to videotape it, and doing it all so poorly that you're on administrative leave before anyone can cover it up because everyone's already seen it before these officers get back to their motorcycle.
Do you think if Tyreek was driving around with his helmet on that it could have been avoided?
I just love the guy in the car that stops in the teal, and he's just like he's going to help. Hey! That's Tyreek Hill. What are you doing? You're drunk, guy. You're in a car. We know you have like a roadie.
I'm going to ask you.
They all have roadies.
No, we don't know that. We don't know that. It's 10 a.m. It's 10 a.m. and we don't know that.
The game starts at 1.
I will tell you, Billy and I were in Kansas City, and they started at 5:30 a.m. for an 8 o'clock game.
It's 10 a.m. It's the most absurd thing someone has mentioned this segment. On a football Sunday.
Week 1.
10 a.m.
Honey, it's 10 a.m. I can't drink it.
It's 10 a.m.
That's one more hour.
The part that you guys are missing is not drinking at 10 a.m. It's drinking at 10 a.m. in your car.
No, that's the part that you seem to be missing.
The passenger has the roadie, Dan. I'm not saying the guy driving is drinking. I'm saying the passenger has.
Just someone there has an open container.
Just saving a view.
Stugotz,
you guys are adorable.
This is what I want people to know about the surrounding areas. Outside of actually on the football field itself, where Tyreek Hill got arrested is the safest place in the world for Tyreek Hill to be to avoid arrest. Like, there's no time and place that I could put Tyreek Hill anywhere in the universe except for on the football field inside the stadium him or something in the huddle? Because I think that.
Why are you going through to call your agent, my dude?
Yes, that's coming at some point.
But Dan's completely right, but this is Tyreek Hill that we're talking about. You couldn't put it past him. If anybody could pull this one off, it might be Tyreek Hill.
The placement is what's so amusing to me about it. I'm assuming those motorcycle cops are getting this assignment at least in part because they like to be around football Sundays. Maybe the other cops prefer to watch the game and not be working, so there's some sort of maybe those cops are angry because they have to work instead of being able to be inside the stadium.
If you like football Sundays, wouldn't it stand to reason you would take Sunday off if you're a cop?
Yeah, but you may like football Sundays, but you also, keep in mind, love pulling over rich black guys.
I mean, I think look, the video is obviously damning, and they suspended the cop or put the cop on leave, right? But we don't know what happened. Right? Like, and it seems like we're just saying Tyreek Hill should be able to do whatever he wants because he's a football player, which is not the message.
Well, actually, what I said is player in the entire league most likely to have been arrested would be him, just based on general disorganization, messy malfeasance in every part of his life.
Yeah, it's just Tyreek. Like, what situation did you get yourself in now? And I appreciate it in ESPN's coverage. Rex Ryan was there. Like, we don't know what said. It's hard being a cop. And then they kick it over to Randy.
I heard this part already.
Experience. I've been arrested.
He sounded really
just
tired.
Great perspective. It was a perfect storm of coverage for ESPN. Yeah, I laid an egg against Seattle when this happened to me. What?
We got a guy for this.
How? How? You have it all figured out, ESPN. Howdy, folks. It is Mike Ryan, and over the course of our 20 years together, there have been a lot of changes. A lot of changes to the show, a lot of changes to my body, a lot of changes to you and your listening habits. But one thing that hasn't changed is the undebatable great taste of Miller Lite. Another thing that hasn't changed, it's less filling. So what is the best thing about the original light beer? Miller Lite sparked this debate way back in 1975, and we still haven't settled it. You can understand why the debate rages on. Great taste versus less filling. But
God damn it.
Both. That's what Miller Lite presents in that beautiful white can. A light beer that actually tastes like beer. You don't have to choose what's best. Miller Lite has great taste and is less filling. Tastes like Miller time. To get Miller Lite delivered right to your door, visit MillerLite.com/Dan, or you can find it pretty much anywhere that sells beer. Celebrate responsibly. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. 96 calories per 12 ounces. Fewer calories and carbs than premium regular beer.
Don Le Batard. All of us who were watching college football elevated.
That was back in 2022.
We missed football in general so very much.
You didn't watch the ending of UTEP Jacksonville State. It was awesome.
A doozy. Boom. Mm-hmm.
Stugats. It's such a lane for you. Just everything in college football is awesome. Any single thing that happens, she gets deliriously happy about.
Don't you miss viewing sports through that prism, though? Like, I'm envious of Lucy. Like, I wish that I could still be happy.
This is the Dan Le Batard Show with the Stugats.
Shit.
I can't believe, Mike, I don't know if we can play this. I have Tyreek Hill post-game sound, and I'd like to hear from Tyreek on the field in his own words about what happened.
Tyreek, it's been a roller coaster of a day for you, starting on the way to the stadium, a day filled with adversity. How would you just describe your mindset coming into this game today?
You know what, man? So when I left home, I told my wife, I was like, babe, I'm finna go to work, and I'm finna get prepared for my day. Little did I know, that was quite a surprise on the way, man. But you know what? At the end of the day, dog, I got a job to do, and my job is to come inside of this stadium and be great, dog. So,
what did it mean to you for your teammates to join you this morning and show support?
Bro, I love that. I was fired up, dog, to see Joe New, to see Calais, right there in the heat of the battle with me, man. That goes to show that, man, it's more than about football, dog. Like, the brotherhood that we got outside of just football is amazing, dog, because those dudes were, like, really risking their lives for me. You feel me? So, shout out to Joe New, shout out Calais, shout out to Drew Brooks, shout out to everybody, man. Shout out to my mom, too. My mom got out the call. Yo, so Jordan, you feel me? Shout out to Mon Dukes, too. You feel me?
Tyreek, what happened this morning?
You know what? I'm not gonna comment on any of that, man. Like, whenever stuff come out, we the best in the nation. We the best in the nation, man. But look, like I said, I'm not gonna comment on that. We just gonna let bygones be bygones. Move on and learn from it. That's it.
Appreciate the time, Tyree. Congrats on the win.
This is a Key and Peele sketch.
So good.
The season starts with the star receiver being arrested, and I guess it's surprising, but as soon as I heard it was Tyreek Hill, I was like, all right.
If anybody can do it.
Less surprising, and I don't know what happened.
Like a little bitch.
I'm gonna guess. I think I can guess this fairly. Can I not? Maybe not. Maybe I can't. But that it probably wasn't yes, sir, no, sir, upon arrival at stopping Tyreek Hill when he's trying to get to work, because it's dangerous what he does, and he kind of has to be amped up. And while I wouldn't hit security walking in here with, do you know who I am? One can imagine that an athlete who does what he does as well as he does it might try to explain, hey, I got to get in there. I'm playing today.
Especially when you consider his affinity for policing.
I'm certain he was thinking, like, because eyewitnesses said that he was going a bit fast, and I'm certain he was thinking, well, I could do that around here. Everyone knows who I am, even the cops, right?
I'm imagining when the cops walk up to him, he almost has a smirk on his face because he thinks they're going to recognize him.
Yeah,
so he's like, hey, look who you pulled over.
Where's Jake Paul?
Right.
Who's pranking me?
It's possible this was just a giant misunderstanding because, like, as he's pointed out, he wants to be a police officer. He's going to do that one day. So maybe what happened was that they came and then they didn't follow the procedure exactly. He's like, well, Mr. Officer, here's the thing. This is the way that we're supposed to handle the situation. I'm an aspiring police officer. And then they didn't like that. And then, you know, one thing led to another and boom.
Right.
Do you think it was yes or no, sir?
Of course not.
Possible.
I mean, I think their experience with law enforcement is a lot different than ours. And there's often videos of people yes-sirring, no-sirring, and it not mattering with police officials. I will say, if I'm ever in a situation where I'm scared, I'm confused, there's police around, I'd be happy to see Calais Campbell coming out of the car to my defense.
Oh, my God. The size of his hand.
And then he ended up on ground, too, apparently.
I don't know how
you cuff that guy.
I don't know how you cuff those wrists.
Do they ask him, can you lay down for us, please? Because we can't do that.
Exactly.
By the way, if you were wondering, the thing I was most excited about, the Broncos had 2 safeties yesterday.
Oh, wow.
When does that happen?
Well, you know what?
Football.
It's funny that you say that, Billy, because I fell asleep during the 4 o'clock game with good reason. Woke up, Denver 5, Seattle 3, and said didn't miss anything. Been not interested in that game for about 10 years.
He was in the wrong too.
That I was trying to figure out because, like, I didn't see the entire game, but I was doing some prep for God Bless Football, and I'm trying to figure out. I'm looking through the stats. I'm like, okay, so they scored 20 points, but Bo Nix didn't have any touchdowns. He had a rushing touchdown. How did they get to 20? And then I'm going through, and I'm like, safeties. I didn't even think about it. I'm like, wait a minute, 2 of them. How do you get 2 safeties in a game?
Stugotz, the rookie quarterbacks were all pretty bad yesterday. Bo Nix would not throw the ball downfield. Just worse than Brock Osweiler.
Right.
Like you never see 42 throws for 130 yards, 3-yard average per attempt. That's not what you see in that sport.
No, Caleb wasn't very good, although the Bears won that game. Jaden Daniels was okay. We haven't seen Drake May yet, so I guess the jury is still out. Dan, I was watching the Texans.
Their ass is getting 2 bullets in their fucking head.
Because those 2 quarterbacks, they seem to be the future of the NFL. I guess those 2 along with Patrick Mahomes.
I'd slow
Most spectacular 9 of 19
Holy
we've ever
cow.
seen.
I'd slow down on Richardson,
Whoa.
but we all had the same reaction. What do you mean off the back foot for 70 yards? What?
After a slip.
What? What just happened there? Well, you say after a slip. C.J. Stroud converted a 4th and short, just went down to a knee, got back up, and threw the ball again. 4th and short, everybody running after him.
You mentioned all the lackluster quarterback play, particularly from the youngsters, but I would say since 2019, passing is...
That's what the fuck they mean.
Trajectory. There's a lot of great defenses in the league. There were 61 touchdown passes in week 1 of 2019, 52 in 2020, 61 in 2021, 51 in 2022. But since then, 37, and this week, headed into Monday night, 33. That's about half of the passing touchdown production since 2019.
But beyond that, though, congratulations, Mike Tomlin and the Pittsburgh Steelers, Stugotz, for winning a game with 6 field goals. 6 field goals, and how about this? These are 4 great drives. 10 plays, 31 yards. 10 plays, 18 yards.
Oh, I love it.
9 plays, 24 yards. 7 plays, 11 yards. So it's like 4th and short. Well, we're going to get 6 inches, and then we're going to get 11 yards. So constipated.
And I hope there's white people out there who actually realize this shit happens to black folks and Hispanic folks all the time, regardless of stature, regardless of economic status, regardless of social status.
I want to talk about a team that I actually want to see come playoff time. I want to see the Chiefs.
Oh, Stugats.
I want Patrick Mahomes strolling into my stadium with max confidence. I want Travis Kelce. I want Taylor Swift. I want the team that lost to Jordan Love. I want the team that lost to Aiden O'Connell. I want the team that trailed 17-0 to Jake Browning. That is the team that I would like to face in the playoffs. That's the team, indeed, that I would want to face in the playoffs because that team is not very good.
This is the Dan Le Batard Show with the Stugats.
Minor penalty, 2 minutes for Chiefs talk.
It was a rejoin. I mean,
I'm sorry to do that to you.
That's right. Darlington's here. I mean, he's a famous reporter in America.
He looks good, too. Man, he looks like good hygiene. We'll get to Darlington in a second.
2 minutes?
Yes, 2 minutes. 2-minute penalty. Darlington, if people are getting arrested, Darlington is there. It's weird. I don't understand why it keeps happening.
He needs to get arrested with that.
Yes, you've said that before. You've wanted him to look at me by going to jail with Scheffler and ending up urging the police officer to throw Tyreek Hill and him in the back of the car. He needs to get involved with the arrest. We'll get to that in a second. But yesterday, the Giants, they wore those 1925 throw-up uniforms. They were really unpleasant. And Daniel Jones was terrible, terrible. And this stat from ML Football, since signing his $160 million contract with the Giants, Daniel Jones has thrown more touchdown passes to the oppositions than to his own teammates. And people waited outside of the stadium just for him to come out so they could do this to him yesterday.
I need $1 million. I need $1 million. I need $1 million.
Finally, a white person actually says something. A white person finally says something smart about this type of situation.
So that's an unpleasant, rude. It's an unpleasant way to leave work. Can you imagine if we got that after the many bad shows I've had recently? Just walking through the parking garage, exhaust in my face. You suck. Give me $1 million, Dan.
Because a lot of them wouldn't say something that smart of having to
play that against the other New York hostility.
If they were in that situation whatsoever.
Gates of hell that we've ever heard. Jets fans doing it to Tebow.
Tebow, I want you in the second half. I want you now. Tebow, save us. Tebow, save us. Sanchez, you suck, Sanchez.
I'm sorry, a terrible mistake by me. That wasn't them booing Tebow.
Longing for him.
That was them booing Sanchez and then giving us the punchline of Tebow, save us, which is a special kind of hell. Jeff Darlington is with us now. ESPN, as Mike Ryan told you, had a hell of a day yesterday. Just came out of the box blazing. And right in the middle of it, near a sweaty Drew Rosenhaus, near an arrested Tyreek Hill, was this dapper stud of a man. Look at him. Look, he looks like television. Darlington, you used to be a newspaper person, but now you look like television. It's a
full sellout, Dan.
It's annoying.
And I felt very bad for Drew. I was literally distracted during the interview by how much sweat was coming off of his body. And I hope I asked the right questions, even though I really heard very little of what he said because of the sweat.
Is there any reason you couldn't have done that in a cooler place for Drew? He's being a spokesman for Tyreek Hill, and he looks guilty as hell because of the amount that he's sweating.
I don't think it would have mattered. Drew, honest to God, just had like run from across the street where Tyreek Hill was detained by police officers on a serious note, like doing his client's work and like sprinting back. I don't think an igloo would have kept him from sweating.
He was very sweaty. What can you tell us is the truth here, Jeff? The closest as you can ascertain it, not necessarily based on just what was being said, but what you were reporting.
Well, I can't tell you the entirety of
The voice of Darth Vader too.
Yeah, whatever. You know. Yeah, I mean, I think it might be speeding and/or reckless driving. It's most likely to be just whatever.
Whatever's playing into account.
But that is the only answer that we need. The only question we have left, and obviously, it's disturbing to see anyone face down on the ground in handcuffs, and obviously there needs to be some justification for that action. We do not know what the justification of that is yet. Certainly, I'm willing to wait for Miami-Dade to release that information. I was just speaking with someone there, a spokesperson, who said once it becomes an internal investigation, it really gets jammed up. You know, I guess I don't envy his job because now he's sitting here like waiting on the investigation. But that being said, I mean, that's a pretty significant question that needs to be answered because, like I said, if you're face down in the road outside of your place of employment in handcuffs, that needs to be justified.
Are you as cynical as me and saying to yourself, if we got to administrative leave before we even got to the cover-up because there were so many cameras there, that is an admission that somebody did something wrong there, even if they're going to... When it happens that fast with a police force, it's an admission before an investigation that's a little bit startling because I think they got caught, right? It's the videos there and you can see what's happening.
Well, you know, honestly, so yes, and like I know this is a very weird comparison to make. I do not make it lightly. I know there was a lot of jokes the fact that I was at Scotty Scheffler's arrest. Like I saw that with my own eyes. Like I recognized what was happening there, and it did not feel right. It felt like it was going too far. I could see what was happening, what was going wrong. So I'm now in this position where, as a reporter, you know, you don't want to take one situation and apply it to another. Everything is unique in its own circumstance, but it certainly does cause me to obviously be like, we need to find out exactly what happened and why it happened. Calais Campbell, a man of the year for the NFL, stopped to try to basically help and figure out what was going on and ended up in handcuffs himself. That needs to be justified in itself. So, yes, I am skeptical. And I think it's okay to be skeptical, even though we can also give the disclaimer that we deserve to wait to hear the entire story.
Jeff, you know Calais Campbell. Like this is, and I know anyone can be capable of just about anything, and we can go he said on anything. But Calais Campbell is not, the Calais Campbell I know isn't going in there to fight.
Yeah, but that's not his job. You can't approach a cop when he's arresting someone.
Look, listen, to both of your points, he is a wonderful human, one of the gentlest giants in the world, but the police don't know about the gentle part when he approaches. I am not necessarily defending them. We don't know exactly what happened. I will say, though, this guy is 350 pounds rolling up on a scene. Again, does that merit putting him in handcuffs? I don't think we know yet, but I think we do have to understand from the police's side of this, they don't necessarily know that he is the NFL Man of the Year and a gentle giant. Again, it's almost an uncomfortable thing because, you know, we're talking about a police department and we're talking about the athletes we cover who we know very well. And trying to take the bias out of that can be a little bit tricky.
So Scheffler was detained. Tyreek Hill was let go. What about being there in that moment, that close to not just the stadium, but the team offices and facility? How did that help Tyreek Hill in that situation? Because if he wasn't Tyreek Hill going to his workplace, steps from his facility, he probably does get sent back to a facility.
100%. I 100% believe that Tyreek Hill gets it. I shouldn't say that. I need to not jump to conclusions based on one circumstance. I will say that Scotty Scheffler had nobody out there representing him, but I was not representing him. I was literally the only person out there. He's turning to me, someone who I've interviewed
Stugat says
once.
you
I don't
should
cover
have.
golf.
Stugat says you should have.
went to prison with him.
Stugat says
I
you
have
should have
plenty of friends
run into the fray.
Yep.
Yes, with your microphone, your brush, and all your TV lights. Yes.
Listen, I have plenty of friends who have said that it would have been better for my career to get arrested. Dan, I'm trying to maintain some journalistic integrity here, you know, albeit as a TV sellout. But the circumstances, like you said, like he only had me out there looking to me saying, "Can you help me?" A reporter from ESPN who interviewed him one time because I just started covering golf. Tyreek Hill had representatives from the organization out there within minutes. People who are trained, not only just representatives, people who are trained literally to handle situations just like this. That is a disturbing fact. Tyreek said it himself. What if I wasn't Tyreek Hill? Scotty Scheffler was out there. There was nobody from the PGA out there. There were literally, I recall a police officer walking me across the street.
The videos are really weird at the end.
Property line at Valhalla, where I turned around and the police officer said to me, "You need to keep going." And I said, "I'm a credentialed member of the media on private property. I'm going to stand right here."
Yes.
And the
Private property guy. Yeah.
I did it. I was.
Yes.
You did it, Jeff. Next time, get arrested.
I've been saying that since I was a teenager.
I know. I went full. I'm the media. The whole thing. The police officer turned to like an intern out there in a PGA hat and said, "You need to get this guy off the property." And that kid just looks at the police officer and goes, there's nothing I can do here. That's literally what Scotty Scheffler had out there representing him. That's what, and he ended up going to jail.
Mike, if Tyreek
had somebody,
if Tyreek Hill were 6 blocks away. If he were 6 blocks away, he'd still be in jail.
I agree.
Yeah.
Well, again.
Well, he would have been.
I agree.
All right.
Point taken.
And Darlington still would have been there. I mean,
and Darlington would be reporting from outside of the jail. I don't know what happened to you, Darlington. Like, how is it that you're always around when people are getting arrested in a way? Like, it's not like there are that many arrests in sports that are like this, and you've been right next to both of them.
I don't get that. I mean, listen, when you're in a lot of places, like, that's part of the job, things happen. But yeah, this is I cannot explain it. I literally said to somebody when I got to the stadium yesterday, I said, glad to be covering the NFL where we don't have to deal with arrests. You know, glad to be off the golf beat where it's constant arrest.
Well, what happened? I want to know because we were trying to get you on back then, and evidently...
Yeah, that was a day.
Well, but it sounded like your life kind of got turned upside down. No, I was just curious. It
wasn't that. No, it was more that I believed that I am not... I know Stu Gotts is going to make fun of me, and you probably will too. I just felt in that moment that I said everything that I knew on ESPN, and I felt like in this world that should live as itself, as someone who like literally witnessed it. I didn't feel like I needed to go on every talk show. I am not trying to like be like, oh, I'm holier than thou journalist. I just felt like it could live in the moment. That's my sincere apologies for not coming on.
You did say you didn't want to make it all about you, and I responded, no, you need to make it all about you.
I think that's exactly what you responded. Yeah,
Chris,
you were one of the people that, like, you know, of the thousands of texts, you were among the people, like my friends, who were like, you look like shit today. That's what a lot of people told me because I didn't get to put my makeup on, you know, TV makeup.
Sure.
That was nice of my friends. You were among like those people that I put my phone on silent.
Right.
And just did my job.
Just looking out for you, Jeff. That's all.
Before you get out of here,
Fuck you,
Jeff,
Stugat. You're just an asshole.
Was murky and muddy on the details. I think I owe you, after a lost bet, I don't remember what the lost bet was, that you have to tase me. Did we not agree?
I do.
What was the bet?
Did.
What was the bet, and when are we paying it? Now that I'm free from ESPN's liabilities, we can actually do this.
Was that the reason we didn't do it? I felt like it was just one of those.
Yeah,
you know,
Dan,
we don't want to do that. But it was,
Jeff is still there.
Was Tom Brady. It was one of the things. Tom Brady going to the Bucks.
I don't remember what the bet was.
It was either Tom Brady leaving the Patriots.
Yes.
I think that was it.
That was it.
That was what it was. Or it was me saying Tom Brady was going to go to the Bucks. But I think it was Tom Brady leaving the Patriots.
Okay, I don't think it was either of those things. I
100%.
I owe you it.
Like I don't know. But I'm pretending like I don't know. I'm pretending right now like I don't know. It is seared in my brain.
Darlington,
I'm trying to do the thing, you know?
Darlington,
Yes.
do you, after talking to everybody, do you feel? See, here's the difference between like a columnist and a reporter, and you don't want to be holier than thou journalist. I'm not asking Jeff Darlington, the objective, unbiased reporter, about this. I'm asking Jeff Darlington, who has come through journalism in Miami and views the world through the prism that he views it in, and knows what happens with cops and black people and Miami. I'm asking you what you think happened here, outside of what you're stating objectively.
I go back to my own experience with, which is all I can do, a white golfer, and what I saw the police do with him. It's certainly like not lost on me that this was not a white golfer outside of Hard Rock Stadium. So if that can happen there, I think that, I mean, I'm not naive to the way the world works, but I also refuse to just simply say at this point that there's no, I'm not trying to be the holier than thou. We need to know more. I mean, like, this is not an accusation by any means, but there's pedestrians on that road. How fast was he going? What happened? But I stand on the fact that if you have anybody, black or white, face down on the ground in handcuffs, you have to be justified. It has to be justified. I don't care who you are, who's there to defend you, where it happens, what your job is. You have to be justified to put someone in that position.
Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate the time, sir.
Thank you, guys.
It is super weird. You got to admit, it's super weird that Jeff Darlington is in the place where both of these things happen. What's the third thing like this that's happened recently? Is there a third thing? I mean, it's weird for Scotty Scheffler to be arrested on the way to work. It's weird for Tyreek Hill to be arrested right outside of work.
They do usually happen in threes, so we got another one coming.
Yeah.
That Jacoby Brissett game you can get out of my life forever, too.
What do you mean?
Just the whole thing. Get it out of here.
Stu Gotts here. The most important things in my life are my wife, my children, and of course, their safety. That's why I've had Simply Safe Home Security in my house for 7 years now. I want you to have the same peace of mind that I and so many listeners experience every day, which is why I partnered with Simply Safe to offer listeners 50% off the system. Just visit simplysafe.com/DLB to claim it, whether it's setting the alarm before we all go to bed or setting that alarm before we go on another vacation. Simply Safe gives me amazing peace of mind. Simply Safe provides faster response for better protection with Fast Protect monitoring and live guard protection. Protect your home with Simply Safe right now. Levitard Show listeners can get 50% off any new Simply Safe system, plus a free indoor security camera with Fast Protect monitoring. Just visit simplysafe.com/DLB to claim this offer. It's for a limited time only, so be sure to order today. That's simplysafe.com/DLB. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Now's a good time to remember where the story of tequila started. In 1795, the first tequila distillery was opened by the Cuervo family. And 229 years later, Cuervo is still going strong. Family owned from the start, same family, same land. Now's a good time to enjoy Cuervo, the tequila that invented tequila. Go to Cuervo.com to shop tequila or visit a store near you. Cuervo, now's a good time. Trademarks owned by Beckley, SAB The CV. Copyright 2024. Proximo. Jersey City, New Jersey. Please drink responsibly.
You're listening to DraftKings Network.
Now's a good time to remember where the story of tequila started. In 1795, the first tequila distillery was opened by the Cuervo family. And 229 years later, Cuervo is still going strong. Family owned from the start, same family, same land. Now's a good time to enjoy Cuervo, the tequila that invented tequila. Go to Cuervo.com to shop tequila or visit a store near you. Cuervo, now's a good time. Trademarks owned by Beckley, SAB The CV. Copyright 2024. Proximo. Jersey City, New Jersey. Please drink responsibly.
Welcome to the Big Suey, presented by DraftKings.
Why are you listening to this show?
The podcast that seems very similar to the other Dan Le Batard podcast.
I'm sorry, I'm not going to apologize for that.
In fact, the only difference seems to be this imaging.
I have been tempted in restaurants, just walking past tables, to grab somebody's prize that if they're just there. That hasn't happened to you guys?
I've done it.
And now, here's the marching man to nowhere, Fat Face, and the habitual liar.
Stugotz, you are sold. I haven't looked at any of the numbers. Stugotz has said a number of times here, Burrow, top of the top echelon. But man, when Chase and Higgins aren't out there, it seems like that happens a bit more than I'm used to seeing happen with his offensive line chased around, taking a bunch of sacks, and next thing you know, you're losing to a Patriots team that's
What the
only
hell?
running the ball. They're not even doing anything else. You see the stat yesterday? The
He looked like he fell
Bengals
asleep.
yesterday.
Yeah.
They lost 2 all of last season.
Crazy.
Like, they lost 2 of them yesterday, and it, like, screwed up the whole game. The Patriots winning that game is asinine.
Jamar Chase did play yesterday. It was odd to see against what most people thought was going to be a bad team. Pretty good defense, but a bad team overall. In the Patriots, Burrow not be able to at least eke out a victory there at home in that spot. But traditionally, I think if you look at when Burrow's healthy, and that's a big if a lot, obviously, traditionally this team starts off slow. He starts off slow, and they pick it up as the season goes along. But that was a terrible loss.
Chase didn't play all of preseason, is unhappy with his contract. The whole Dak Prescott thing yesterday made me think that Jerry was just getting all the milked money and press he could get all offseason to get ESPN to just keep talking Cowboys. You give him the contract that makes him the most highly paid player ever. First day, like, you guys already talked that all through. Let's make it a commercial all offseason. Noise is noise, and it's good to have noise around the Cowboys. They signed Dak Prescott.
Right.
To the biggest deal we've seen. Joe Burrow is in this stratosphere where he's being paid like he's the best.
Mm-hmm.
And not only did Chase not play all preseason, he had some sort of food poisoning, was questioning after the game why he didn't have more targets, or actually said, forgive me, that's misstated. When asked about only having 6 targets, said, go ask the coaches. But when those 2 guys don't play, Stugotz, I'm saying something obvious here. All I'm saying to you is that
Hi.
I hear a lot around Tua.
Hello.
And what he wouldn't be if he didn't have Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle. And Burrow's been excellent, but I've seen some of those games when his wide receivers aren't quite right.
Yeah, he's always been blessed with great wide receiver help dating back to LSU. Jamar Chase showed up to the stadium wearing a $1 shirt because he wants $1 more than Justin Jefferson got in his deal. I had no idea it was so touch and go. You mentioned the health thing that he was dealing with, but there was a legitimate shot. He would just decide, I'm just going to hold out starting with this game. So there was high drama. ESPN had its talking points. It felt like the Jerry Jones thing. You were on it, super coordinated, but it got lost in the shuffle from an insane news day. And for Schefter to balance all those spinning plates was incredible. Just really high drama television that was expertly done by them.
I felt bad for Roy because life just got in the way.
Absolutely, Dan.
He couldn't enjoy anything yesterday.
No, it's the birthday party circuit. All of Claire's classmates are now having birthdays during football season, so this is terrible. And I preface by saying this. On Saturday, we thought the party was Saturday. It was actually Sunday. We went to this place. It was an obstacle course with trampolines and everything.
You went there on Saturday?
On Saturday. But it wasn't the day for the party, so we had to leave.
So college football was also ruined by the kids.
Yeah,
What are you doing right now? Really?
Why are we doing this?
I am actually doing training for experience points for my players. I'm in season 3 of the franchise modes.
It kept cutting out. Kept saying, "Oh, the stream is limited," and it kept cutting out. Like, what's going on here?
Right.
Yeah. Do you have the relationship with your wife to be like, I'm going to skip this one?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Or is your presence just like required and demanded?
Yes, it's demanded.
Why? Okay.
Because it's Claire. I'm like, we're doing this for Claire.
Right.
against the Saints and the reigning Super Bowl champs on Thursday night.
With fall around the corner, football is back, America, and we're underway on EA Sports. And some good special teams coverage as they bring him down just outside of the 15. First look at the Cowboys offense as Dak Prescott gets ready to guide them.
And how about the toughness of Dak Prescott? We see it all the time on the field. And remember when he had that serious ankle injury, would he return to form? Boy, did he ever. And he was better than ever, and that's great for the NFL. Terrific resilience, playing at a high level, capable of winning a championship with his arm and his legs.
Looking to pass, first play is Prescott. Pressure gets to him, and down he goes. Back at the 4-yard line. It looks like a 12-yard loss there on the first down sack. Tony Pollard. Before they get it to the 8 on a pickup of 4.
When you find that kind of yardage, you couldn't be more confident as a ball carrier. And guess what? You're going to go back and tell your offensive coordinator, I'd like to keep carrying it, thank you.
Now on 3rd and long, they'll look to throw. And now Prescott is going to be taken down. He couldn't get away, and that's a safety. So how's that for an interesting way to start this ball game?
First drive of the game, and you go backwards all the way into your own end zone?
Guess it kind of makes you wonder what else we might have in store here in this one. And here come the Saints for their opening drive. They're led out by their quarterback out of Fresno State, Derek Carr.
It's been fun to watch his development through the years, and right now what you see is a very confident quarterback who has a strong sense of self, totally understands the offense, and knows how to get the ball to his playmakers on the run.
Carr going to lead the Saints up here 1st and 10 at their own 20-yard line. They'll come out throwing here to start the drive. And that one drops down, incomplete. Good coverage there, forced the ball free, and it's 2nd down. On the ground, this is Derrick Henry. Oh, he's got a little daylight down the left sideline. He's on his way. Touchdown number 125, moving him into a tie with Walter Payton on the all-time list. And the Saints are able to strike quickly to add on to their lead. Lutz with the extra point, and that makes this a 9-point game. The quick strike ability certainly intact there. 2 plays, 80 yards to score it. The kickoff team on the field now as they will send this one away. From a yard or 2 deep, here comes a return. And he's only going to make it to the 13-yard line and no further. Second drive forthcoming here for the Dallas Cowboys. They trail now 9-0. The opening safety followed by the touchdown a moment ago. So an early hole to dig out of as the drive starts 1st and 10. To throw is Prescott. Pass complete to Jalen Tolbert. So the completion good for 7 there, and that'll make it 2nd down. They run straight ahead here with Pollard, and he's able to get up here to the 26. A gain of 5, good enough for the 1st down. Here's Pollard again. And not a whole lot there. Maybe a yard to the 27. Still 9 yards to go on 2nd down from the 27. Here's Prescott. And he's taken down here by the Saints. Multiple defenders getting to him there for a huge loss. They'll need a big play here, will Dak and the Cowboys after the sack. It's 3rd and long. Prescott down. time, and back-to-back sacks brings up fourth down. Out now comes the Cowboys punter, as his first punt will come from inside his own end zone. That's pulled in at the 32. And he'll take this to the other side of midfield before going out of bounds. A great return there of 22 yards. And the Saints will have a short field in front of them. They take over here, 1st and 10. They fake the handoff. Now Carr. Throw right side, going to be taken in by Henry. 2nd down and 6 now. To throw, it's Carr. Finding Taysom Hill complete. And they'll work this down inside the 30. A first down carry for Henry. And he'll manage to pick up about 4. It's 2nd down. Now Carr on the bootleg. He'll buy some time right. And his throw here's incomplete.
He didn't just deny a big throw there. He broke that one up in the red zone. An excellent play. One that may help save points on the board when this drive is over.
So after the 2nd down incompletion, they'll come up now against a 3rd and 6. Here's Carr. Work in the middle of the field, and he's got a man complete. And he gets it inside the 10 to the 9. They'll try and run for it with Henry. And he is into the end zone. Touchdown, New Orleans. Derrick Henry with career touchdown number 126, the same number Jim Brown had during his 9-year career. And the Saints are looking good here in the season opener as they're able to extend their lead. Oh, they flip it to the kicker. He looks like he's going to throw it. It's a wobbler, and it's intercepted. And he's free going down the left side. It's a foot race. And he takes it all the way back. It's a pick 2, if you will, as that play.
overjoyed with the results. He wasn't just going to settle for a modest gain. To me, he was determined to come through with a big message to a defense that slept on him in the pocket.
Prescott looks to throw on first. That's dumped off to Pollard. And they get to him after a gain of 6 to the 46.
Just about every quarterback is trained to really look downfield first before you come back and make a nice, safe throw. And in this case, that's exactly what he did. Found his running back. Some space, and it turned out to be a nice play for the offense.
Prescott to throw it. That's caught by his tight end, Dawson Knox. First catch of the new season for him, and he picks up the first.
That was a route run, not... but with intelligence. Found the hole in the zone, made sure the quarterback saw him, and was able to make the sure catch and flip the down marker back to 1.
A first down throw for Prescott. A short one there taken in by Ferguson. We've seen quite a bit of the short passing game here early on first quarter, haven't we?
We have, and I think it works a couple of ways for this team because, number one, you throw the short game until they stop it. And if they're not going to stop it, you keep throwing it, and occasionally you'll break a tackle and turn it into a bigger gain. Also, if they start to creep up, start to pressure receivers, now you go over the top, take it deep, and now you get some of those big shots downfield.
On second down, it's Pollard, and he'll get it down on the play to the 37. 2 yards on the pickup, and that's all they needed to move the sticks.
2nd and 1, and people want to run the football. This is where every back in the league is supposed to do exactly what we just saw there, pick up the first down.
Now left side, a completion to his tight end. And he's brought down at the 34. Call it a gain of 4. Line of scrimmage, the 24. This is 2nd and 6. Looking to throw. Prescott going right back to Ferguson. Back-to-back receptions for him, and it's another first down.
I got a kick out of that one, partner. You and I talk often about trying to hide receivers in certain situations, but a guy of his size can't really hide him. But the tight end drag route, definitely an effective way to sneak him across the formation for an easy completion and a first down.
And brought down, but not before they get it inside the 10 to the 7. 18 yards that time to push him up, 1st and goal. A first red zone chance of the new season now as they come up 1st and goal. Throwing, Prescott. He finds his man, Pollard. Nothing at all on that one. It'll be 2nd down. They couldn't get anything going there out on the right side in the flat of the swing pass.
And didn't we have a discussion with their staff about wanting to get the backs more involved in the passing game? Huge emphasis for this game, but obviously the defense had other plans and really made a nice play.
Now a 2nd down throw for the end zone, but it's incomplete.
Now we got
more than that 3. And his ball is caught by Lamb. Touchdown, Dallas. 8 yards on the touchdown pass. And the Cowboys are...
basically saying, we don't care what coverage you put out there. He's so good, we're going there with the football anyway, and there's not a thing you can do about it.
Inside the red zone, they go to him. He gets it done. So after the touchdown, Aubrey now to kick this one away. And able to get this out to the 25. Back out onto the field now comes the New Orleans offense. And right now they're saying, hey, let's keep this going. 2 drives, 2 touchdowns.
Yeah, can't ask for a better start than that, can you? I mean, this is the way you practice it. This is the way you rehearse it. But right now, the play calling, they're locked in really well.
Carr going to lead the Saints up here 1st and 10 at their 25-yard line. They'll try and start this drive in the air. Oh, he tries to force it in, and it's intercepted. Picked off by Stephon Gilmore. And he'll bring this one back to the 29.
Brandon, I'm not going to...
They go back to the air here after the INT on the last drive. He lets it go deep for Olave. A big-time play there for New Orleans. 51 yards. So barely time to catch our breath. Here's 1st and 10 just outside the red zone. Derrick Henry. And he'll power his way forward for about 4 yards there on the 1st down carry. Now a 2nd and 6. On play action, now Carr. And he's got it. Touchdown, Saints. An 18-yard touchdown grab as his guys are able to extend their lead.
The catch and the touchdown, they were the end result of a terrific route run by the receiver.
Lutz to try to add the PAT. Oh, they flip it to the kicker. He looks like he's going to throw it. To the goal line, but it's incomplete.
Let me go ahead and show my age a little bit. I liked it when they would fake it from the 3-yard line, right? When you'd line up, go ahead and, oh, there's a fake, and he's going to get 2. That's great. But from the 15, the risk-reward is just not there.
It's so risky to get 15 yards on a fake. Well, you see the result right there.
Yeah, I know these young whippersnappers are trying to do different things in this game, but let's go back to old reliable. Kick the ball through the post.
Get off my lawn.
That's darn right.
So Prescott and the Cowboys now with a 1st and 10 at their own 25-yard line. Out of the gun, they'll look to throw. He's got it complete to Tolbert. And this will leave him a yard short. Nice pickup of 9 yards on 1st down. Maybe a good spot to take a shot. Here's 2nd and a yard from the 34. Pollard will take it up the gut. And he'll be brought down right around the 37. They'll get 3 as the drive continues. It's a 1st down.
I know what you're thinking out there. I know a lot of you are thinking, take a shot downfield. It's a great spot for it. I'd say maybe later in the game, definitely in the 2nd half. But right now, I think they were just trying to get some momentum built. Get a 1st down, pick it up, and keep moving.
And this winds up a gain of 4 to the 41.
They gave up the completion there, but this is what zone defenses count on. Catching the ball and not much run after the catch.
From the 41, here's 2nd and 6. Tolbert hauls in the out route. Out of bounds after taking it a little further down inside the 40. That'll give them 8 that time, and that'll bring up a second down in just a couple. Play fake. Here's Prescott. And that one is incomplete. And it also concludes quarter number 1. An entertaining start to this one. More to come on EA Sports. The Cowboys on third down. They've only converted once in 4 tries. Here it's 3rd and 2. And he will have a first down as they get him to the ground at the 37.
3rd and 2, right? So this is a situation where low man has got to win at the line of scrimmage, but it's not just the low man winning. It's the low man who's winning with some force, and they had that to pick up the first down.
Barely picking it up, but they did. 2 yards the loss, 2nd and 12.
I have a feeling they'll stay committed to running the football, especially on their early downs. They just haven't had a whole lot of success just yet.
Gonna run again here with Pollard. And he'll get 4 here down to the 35-yard line.
Well, if you're a football guy, that's a pretty run because everyone is in sync right there. Obviously, the guy carrying the ball, but how about the people up front? Leverage, athleticism, they created some nice space for him.
Play action now, Prescott. He had a man open, but he missed him, and it's incomplete.
And based on my math, they've only converted 1 time thus far in this game, so you can see the frustration starting to come out a little bit. 3rd downs, they've been a problem for them all game. They've got to start becoming solutions.
And this is right down the middle as he puts it through, and that'll move him back within 6 now. So they're able to end that drive with 3 points in this one-possession ball game.
And ideally, you want to end every drive with points. Most quarterbacks would tell us end it with a kick, right? A PAT, that's number 1. Field goal you'll take. Punts, you really don't want to do that. In this case, they'll take the field goal and get prepared for the rest of the game.
And he'll be stopped right around where he would have been had he gone down to a knee, maybe a yard shy of there at the 24. Out onto the field comes New Orleans. This drive here beginning probably with a pair of motivated groups. Remember, the offense scored a touchdown on their last time out, looking to repeat that in Charles' defense. They were very frustrated after giving up 6 the last time on the field.
And frankly, it's just a battle of wills in a lot of ways because you know they're both motivated, they both game plan for this drive, and they both have specific outcomes in mind. To me, it just comes down to who can execute better and which side can step up and assert its will over the other.
On 2nd down, here's Henry. 2 yards, good enough for a first. Play action, now it's Carr. Throw left side is complete on the diving effort. On 1st down, Carr. And he's got his man on the out route. And he is down at the 48. A pickup of 4 that started at 148-yard line and ended at the other. Running left, it's Henry. Oh, he's got some breathing room. And he goes down, but not before getting this inside the 25. 124 yards rushing for him now as he goes over the century mark here in the season opener. Carr. And the timing a bit off that time as that one falls to the ground.
It certainly looks like they still have some fight in them on this series because it seemed like things were headed for the red zone. But if this defense gets 2 more stops, they can keep them out of that area.
Now a play fake. Carr. Little short pass here to Hill. 9 yards, not quite enough, and they'll be left now with 3rd and 1. So they just need 1 yard here to pick up the first down. They'll try to run for the first with Henry. And Henry fighting for the marker, but I don't think he got there. He did not. The offense staying is Aubrey to kick this away. And we'll see a return here from the end zone. And he'll be dropped at the 21-yard line, so bringing it out of the end zone proves not a good decision, loses him about 4 yards. Set to take over once again. Out comes the Saints offense. And 2 picks thrown here in this first half alone. We'll see how that affects him.
Can't wait to see where his confidence is, because the great ones, they'll throw 4 or 5 picks, and while it'll hurt their team, it won't hurt their confidence. They'll think something was...
He's got a man, complete. Now he's loose down the left sideline. Touchdown, New Orleans. Chris Olave, 79 yards. And the Saints have taken the lead. Lutz good on the extra point, and that'll make this a 6-point game. The ball upright on the tee, and the Saints kick team booms it away. Well, partner, you know, coaches always say that every play is designed to score a touchdown. Sometimes that's not really true, but last drive, that was the case. 1 play to get into the end zone, and now they'll try to duplicate that success here.
And it's rare for those moments to happen. Incredible.
And now this is intercepted. My goodness.
Start what you said. It's paid off a couple of times. So his aggressiveness has been good for his offense for the most part. So he throws an interception there. No one likes that, but I would not rein him back in. The return on investment thus far has been pretty good. 2 touchdowns to 1 interception.
On 1st and 10, here's Carr. This will be caught inside the 10. And the Saints are going to have a 1st and goal as he'll be taken down at the 7-yard line. On play action, it's Carr on the move to his left. And he'll take it into the end zone for the Saints touchdown. Derek Carr with now 3 Week 1 touchdowns. And the Saints add 6 to their lead. Lutz with the extra point, and the lead now stands at 13. Set now to kick this one away, and off it goes. Taking it about the 1. And he doesn't even get this to the 10. He's taken down at the 9.
For most people, the excitement of a kickoff return is to see a long one that goes back in the opposite direction. But for the guys covering it, it's being able to stop them deep in their own territory. How about that incredible form tackle right there? Shoulder into ball carrier, and down he goes.
They'll run with Pollard to begin the drive. And he's taken down, but able to get this up to the 20-yard line. Give him 10 yards there, and about by the nose of the football, he's going to have a 1st down. Now a give here to Pollard. And he is brought down at the 22 after a gain of 2, and it brings up 2nd down.
You've got to be impressed by that defensive front on reps like those. They were not being moved off the line, kept their shoulders square, and gave their teammates time to fight to the ball and limit that gain.
Prescott now. Little pitch and catch to the tight end, Knox. That one a 1st down pickup of 8.
And the tight end is certainly a position built to move the chains because they can control space underneath. If they've got good hands, then of course they're a dynamic target. But one other thing is they're right in the sight lines of a quarterback on just about every play, and that makes
the loss, 2nd and 12.
Defensively, he has been a presence in their backfield in the first half. Had a sack earlier, and now he comes up with a big tackle for a loss.
They go back to Pollard on 2nd down. A pickup of about 3 yards as he's taken down at the 31. Just not a whole lot of room to operate there on that carry.
No, not at all. They did a really nice job staying in their proper places and not allowing any lanes to open up.
On 3rd down, it's Prescott. Oh, and his early struggles continue. Here's another one intercepted. And the return here will go to the 31-yard line. But with the points that we've seen scored, neither defense has been at their best, but these guys, they've been a little bit better, Charles, and a nice interception there.
Yeah, you're right about that, Brandon. Let's face it. It's not always how you start, it's how you finish, right? So maybe you have a rough game all the way along, but if you make a big play like that at the right time, it can make everything turn out just okay.
Derrick Henry trots back out there and gets ready to go. He's all here.
Let's stay out on the field and keep going. But all that being said, everything is really working well for them. The play calling's been excellent. The blocking's been terrific. And obviously his vision and legs have hurdled him to this big number so far. We could be seeing something really...
We'll see how much they give him the ball here. Now after the INT, it's Carr. This will go to Henry out wide. And he'll be out of bounds just inside the 25-yard line. 2nd down and 3. Inside handoff, Henry. And they'll bring him down at the 18-yard line. Now this offense in mid-season form here in the opener. It's 1st and 10. They fake the handoff. Now Carr. And he's got him. It's caught in the end zone. Touchdown, New Orleans. 3rd touchdown pass now for Derek Carr. Are able to stretch out their lead. Lutz will look to add the extra point. And that one pushes the lead up to an even 20. So they only needed 3 plays on that drive. And it was finished off by a touchdown catch from Drake London. The ball upright on the tee, and the gives it away. Taken at the goal line. And not a good return here at all as they'll be forced to start at the 12-yard line. The time to get another look at this Cowboys offense.
They are looking to make a bit of a 180. They are sputtering right now.
And frankly, I think it's time to call your playmakers together and say, all right, guys, we're going to lean on you through this patch. We need you to get us back on track and get us going in the right direction. So you're calling plays geared to them. Not necessarily when you look at your plays, oh, this hurts the defense. I want the ball in the hands of X, Y, and Z and see if we can move forward.
So don't get too cute. Go to the playmakers. And now a hook up downfield on second down. And he'll get this one way up just shy of the 45-yard line. Just like that, out of danger and up past the 40 now for 1st and 10. It'll be a handoff to Pollard. And a lane slow and materializing there as he'll get maybe a yard up to the 45.
That felt like a trap because it looked to me like the opposing front was up from the get-go. They had everyone crashing the ball. Made the line, and they hold him to just a yard.
A second down throw for Prescott. Drops this underneath for Pollard. Only able to gain a couple there. 3rd and 7 now.
Well, offensively, that's the mismatch that you want. You want to force a linebacker to try and cover your back out of the backfield, out in some open space. The linebackers nowadays, they run like backs, and they take a lot of pride in covering. What a nice play he made there in the open field.
A good-looking drive for the Cowboys so far. It's a 1st down. Run for Pollard. He'll work his way up the middle for a gain of about 4. 2nd down.
And that was a quality play to start a new set of downs. That was simply an offensive line winning the battle up front and winning in a big way and giving their guy in the backfield a nice lane to hit.
Now, meanwhile, here's a 2nd down throw that's knocked away and incomplete. Some of the fans here don't seem too happy about what we've seen in this first half.
No, not at all, and I understand why. They've looked lethargic, out of sync, and it shows on the scoreboard.
He'll fire deep downfield for Lamb. And this is going to be intercepted. Picked off by the Honey Badger, Tyrann Mathieu. And the Saints are going to take over here on the INT at their own 5-yard line. Getting set for their next drive, the New Orleans offense. They got the ball now following a big play, keeping the other guys out of the end zone. Now they'll start deep in their own territory, 1st and 10. And space opened up a bit. He's able to take this up past the 10. Carr to throw on 2nd down. He lets it go deep for Olave. And it's knocked away and incomplete.
Early on, the running game's been working well, and the offensive line has been pleased by that. The thought process there, catch those safeties creeping up, trying to help against the running game. They tried to hit them over the top, unsuccessfully.
And he will have the 1st down as he's up to his 17-yard line. Throwing now is Carr. And his throw's going to be incomplete.
Now, the secondary's really struggled today, but that's a little bit of a measure of revenge, isn't it? And they just followed the basic rules. See ball, knock ball away, turns into a nice play.
Carr will try it again on 2nd down. He's got his man, London, right side. And he'll get this up past the 25 before he's out of bounds. The Saints on 3rd down, they've been okay, 2 for 3 thus far. They're up against a 3rd and 1 situation. Dancing away at the 35. And they'll get it up just short of the 45 at the 44. A solid run by Derrick Henry, and here's another 1st and 10. Carr. He finds his man, complete. That's Saunders. From the 47 now, they'll work with a 2nd and 7. throw is Carr. Oh, the ball comes out on the hit, but they'll say it's incomplete.
I think he had to unload that one before he wanted to. He was right up in his grill. I think he was a dentist there without a license, don't you?
Just not enough time for the play to develop. Just lucky it wasn't a fumble, really. Yeah, boy, he had the marker square in his sights, but a good tackle's going to leave him about a yard or so short. So the completion good for 6 yards, and that's going to bring up a 4th down. They don't need to run another play here before the 2-minute warning. Let's see if they do it anyway. Carr going to go on 4th down. Able to find the open man. That's complete. And he takes this just a few yards shy of the red zone before going out. 2 minutes remaining in this first half of football. Coming up at the half, a reminder, we go back to Orlando to check in with Jonathan Coachman. He'll have a look back at our first half as well as a look ahead to what's coming up later this weekend. They will get 4 yards here on the first down run, and that'll make it 2nd and 6. And they're going to hurry back to the line now. On play action, now Carr. And the catch made by Johnson. And this will be a gain of 6 when it's all said and done. Down to the 15 from the 21. Dates first down. At least it would appear that way. He didn't get it by much, but yes, they do get the conversion on 3rd and 1. And he'll get it here to the 10-yard line. 2nd and 6 from the 10. Now Carr. And that is caught, but he will come down out of bounds, says the side judge. Incomplete.
Let's give this defense some credit now. They let the guys get downfield, but when push came to shove, they stood their ground, and now they'll likely force a field goal attempt.
Now the throw on 3rd down, knocked away and incomplete.
Well, he'd been targeted quite a bit on this drive, and finally I think the guys on the defensive side, they said no more. They slapped the double coverage on him, made it very tough for him to get the ball.
That's taking quite a gamble, and it definitely did not pay off.
And most of the time, it's real easy to go ahead and criticize that type of an attempt. But I actually liked what they did there. Taking that gamble, showing that they're going to be aggressive. Unfortunately for them, they took what probably was a short 3 points off the board.
So the ball down to the 16 here for 1st and 10. Trying to shake off the interception. He'll look to throw. And he'll be hit as he releases it, and that'll fall incomplete.
And to put it mildly, this is a tough spot defensively. They have to come right back out and defend their red zone. But how about that good first step towards forcing them to settle for at least 3 points? I think they're also thinking bigger right now. Imagine being able to stop them totally and change the momentum.
That's dumped off to Pollard. Now the Cowboys going to burn the first of their timeouts as they'll stop it with a little over 30 seconds to go in the first half of play. Now on 3rd and long, they'll look to throw. And this pass broken up. But the contact well timed there. And now so after the touchdown, Aubrey now to kick this one away. And makes it across the 20 as his guys will set up shop at the 23-yard line. Well, the focus goes back to Chris Olave, the Saints offense. He's up over 100 yards, has the touchdown. He's a big-time receiver in this league, so the question becomes, how do you limit him going forward?
Well, you know the guys trying to cover him, they haven't had a whole lot of success thus far, and while they will still accept the challenge, maybe you have to change your focus. You have to get after the quarterback a little bit, disrupt his timing, because right now it feels like pitch and catch. Make sure he's not able to have clear sight lines to him, and maybe that'll slow him down.
And this is not the guy you want to let play pitch and short pass here to Hill. Now a timeout taken. Perhaps a chance for one more quick play and then another timeout if they hurry. We'll see. Henry up the middle. And he'll be taken down at the 44-yard line. And we're going to get a timeout. With 2 seconds remaining in the second quarter. This is 3rd and 1. Very likely 4-down territory, even if they don't get it, though. And now this throw incomplete, and that is how this first half will come to an end. So we have reached halftime. It looks like we'll have to wait another week to get our first halftime report of the season as we move right along to the second half. Welcome back. Charles and I settled into the booth ready for quarter number 3. We'll see if week 1 fatigue becomes any kind of a factor as we are back underway in the second half. This taken in right around the goal line. And able to get this across the 20, but not much further as he's dropped at the 23-yard line. Now the Saints going to take over on offense to begin this third quarter. And despite the turnovers, Charles, and they had multiple in that first half, they still have the lead as they begin this third quarter.
And they probably heard some conflicting tones at the half, don't you think? A lot of praise for what they did to get this lead, but also a little bit of scolding because they got to take better care of the football in the second half. But you and I both know the great leaders, they know how to give that little bit of vinegar in there and cover it with a big dose of honey.
So the completion gets them just a yard, and it'll be second down. And the busy night for Henry continues. And he'll fight forward to about the 27-yard line.
Well, praise has to go to the guys on the offensive line because they've had a very nice, productive day running the football. How about that poor defensive line? They've been knocked around the entire game, and while they slowed them down on that run, can they continue to do so? Because they haven't had much success throughout this ball game.
And he is going to have a Saints first down as they're able to get the third down conversion.
We often hear the phrase sure-handed tight ends, and he certainly fits into that category. Plus, he's got a quarterback who knows to look his way when they need a big pickup. And on this play, he finds it for the first down.
Here's a pass swung out left to his running back. They'll wind up getting just a yard, and that's going to bring up second down.
As a defense, you're more balanced when you're in zone coverage because you're able to keep your eyes on the quarterback and see the play develop in front of you. They're able to keep the quick pass in front of them and stop it right at the line of scrimmage.
And a gain of 4 gets him right to the midfield stripe. 3rd and 5. Now a play fake. Carr. And that will be incomplete.
Whether that's a little grabbing, a little hand fighting, by any means necessary on third down, he was able to get the job done in the secondary and swat that one away.
And how about this, a fake? And he's going to let it go deep. And this is incomplete. A huge gamble, and it does not pay off.
that's probably exactly what he's telling them in the huddle right now.
Third and short yardage, Prescott. That is caught. And past the 35, he'll be dropped a yard or two shy of the 30. His 5th catch tonight, and it's good for a first down.
But one of the ways that quarterbacks keep all the receivers alive in a play, never lock in on any one guy. Make sure you keep your eyes moving, scan the field, and here he finds the open guy for a nice pickup.
And he'll be a couple yards shy of the red zone here at the 22-yard line.
Now that was an excellent run, and when you see that happen, that's when you're seeing guys doing their job, and then some people doing a little bit more. Offensive linemen and tight ends, they're expected to block. But the wide receivers, all they want to do is catch passes. So when they block on a big-time running play and create extra space, you've kind of hit the jackpot there.
Now a toss left side into the hands of his tight end. And able to get this down inside the 15 to either the 13 or 14 before he's out of bounds. His 5th catch tonight, and it's good for a first down. 5th catch of the game for him there.
Yeah, and the tight end position is now becoming a volume pass catcher. Used to be occasional, right? Safety valve. Throw one to him every so often, but mainly they want him out there to...
And this is caught for a Cowboy touchdown. Dawson... So after the touchdown, Aubrey now to kick this one away. And here comes a return from just beyond the goal line. And they'll start this drive just across the 30. Pretty nice work on the return. The New Orleans offense set to take over. This now a 10-point game, so things tightening a little bit after that last score. Carr going to lead the Saints up here 1st and 10 at the 31-yard line. On play action, they'll throw. And this one is going to be off the mark, too far out in front. Not his best throw there, but where we sit right now in the 3rd quarter, he's had a pretty good game throwing the football.
He certainly has, and it's not exactly the point where we're doing 4-minute offense yet, but they've got to think about, I'm not going to say milking the clock, but understanding clock management here on out.
And he gets this up to the 34 out of bounds there. He'll get only 3 there, so it leaves him with a 3rd and 7 ahead.
And we see another pitch and catch there to the running back. This position just continues to evolve. They become just as critical to the passing attack as a lot of receivers, tight ends.
three-score lead. Well, forget about the weapons out wide. He knows he's got another weapon in the backfield of the passing game, Charles, and he utilized him perfectly on that play.
And the offense coordinator showed me something on that play, Brandon, because so often during a game, our cameras find them looking down at their play sheets, and you wonder if they're absorbing anything. He had something specific in mind, and he went to it, and it worked well.
Lutz good on the extra point, and that'll make this a three-score game now. The lead moves to 17. The ball upright on the tee, and the Saints kick team booms it away. And he's only going to make it to the 13-yard line and no further. Possession of the football going back to the Cowboys. I kind of feel like they've reached a do-or-die point in this game, Charles. If they're going to try to pull off an impressive comeback, it has to start right here, right now.
Yeah, now they've got a final chance to get out of this situation, but they also understand they've got to move the ball and move it fast. In addition, they need to save as much time so they can get 2 more possessions.
So Prescott of the Cowboys now with a 1st and 10 at their own 13. They'll come out throwing here to start the drive. Little pitch and catch to the tight end, Knox. So give him 2 yards there on the completion, and it'll be 2nd down. Not a big window to throw. Coverage wasn't too bad there.
Yeah, they had him under wraps pretty well, but somehow able to muscle his... and catch the ball.
2nd down and 8. They toss it down to Pollard, and he is met in his tracks behind the line of scrimmage. He lost 2 there, and it's 3rd down.
But these guys are going to chop into that deficit. They're going to have to do a much better job in the run game. Caught behind the line of scrimmage, no yardage to be found.
On 3rd down, it's Prescott. A throw out wide, going to be incomplete.
Looks like another empty possession offensively. And you're at that point in the game where you can't afford too many more of these. So this is going to require some heavy thinking on the sideline to figure out what they can do to crack this defense.
This is brought in at the 21. Officially, that'll be a 63-yard punt. Well done. And the Saints will take over with a 1st down and 10. Out onto the field comes New Orleans. And they'll just simply be looking to build off the confidence of the last time out where they scored a touchdown.
And confidence is powerful, isn't it? When you've scored once, you feel like you can go back out there and get it done again. Doesn't matter what the defense throws at them. They feel like they're in a groove right now, and they want to get out there and show it.
Yeah, hoping to stay in that groove here this go-around. On play action, it's Carr. His throw incomplete.
I like the calmness of how he played the ball here. No panic in his eyes as that throw arrived. Tracked it from the moment it left the quarterback's hand, and that's just where he needed to be to knock it away.
And now the 3rd down throw incomplete as well.
I think it's safe to say that he's made some questionable decisions out there so far. Forced some throws into tight coverage. He's already been picked off in this game. 4th down now, but he's fortunate on that one not to have another turnover.
And look at this, another fake. And this is incomplete. A huge gamble, and it does not pay off. Second down, Prescott. Tolbert hauls in the hour to throw it. Right back to Tolbert. And he'll be out of bounds, taking it just shy of the 10 at the 11 or the 12. 2nd and 6. Now Prescott. Swinging this out for Pollard. And the Cowboys are going to have a 1st and goal coming up as the tackle made at the 3-yard line.
Well, they certainly had success throughout this contest, getting him the ball in the passing game, and there he picks up another 1st down. Whatever one, they've been able to capitalize on it, and no adjustment has been made to take it away.
First and goal, and they got to be thinking a chance to get right back into this football game. Pollard fighting, but he won't get too far. Maybe a yard, that's all, down to the 2. No gain there, and it's going to set up second and goal.
This is a critical sequence here for this offense. Things really haven't gone their way so far. This could be their chance to get back into it, but they've got to find a way to punch this ball in.
Pollard again. And he will take it in for a Cowboys score. Tony Pollard. So after the touchdown, Aubrey now to kick this one away. From a couple yards deep, he'll bring it out of the end zone. And bulldozing his way through. A solid return, pretty good field position. They'll start at the 32. The New Orleans offense back out and ready to go. They've got to right the ship. They had a great first half, but the lead has really gone down. Now, you know, you always talk about the adjustment to the adjustment. They've got to adjust right here.
And I think a lot of it is just mentally. Get back to doing what you were doing well in the beginning of the game, but a lot of that is playing with that emotion.